Chapter 8:16. Li Chenglong waved his hand behind him as he spoke. He signaled Yu Moyan to stay put when I charge forward. Go up to the sky and send a message, then come back down to escort the wounded. Yu Moyan took a deep breath, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and nodded silently. Now if there were no reinforcements, Li Chenglong was the only one who had the ability to cover the retreat. He was the only one who could hold back enough enemies, because he had a target. It was impossible for anyone else to cover the retreat. They were not strong enough or important enough. Li Chenglong's face flashed with a heroic look. I got a great opportunity this time, but I ended up in this situation. Sure enough, danger and opportunity coexist. I'll give it my all. If I don't give it my all, Bing Dan and the others will all die. As long as I give it my all, I'll at most die here. But I can buy enough time for them to escape. The other side has more people, and the two continents have joined hands. I can't beat them alone. But do you think I'm scared? Boss Swa will definitely avenge me after this. At most, I will go first and wait for you guys in the underground world. When you come down, I'll take care of you one by one. If it weren't for the fact that you have more people, who would be my opponent in a one-on-one fight? Li Chenglong took a deep breath, and was about to shout and send out the signal to move. But he heard a voice. Hand it over. This voice was full of arrogance and domineering, like a crab walking sideways. You little bastards from the UMNO Alliance and Dao League, the dark clouds are over your heads. You can't escape. Hurry up and hand over your valuables. Hand over your space rings. Hand over everything in your pockets. Hand over your weapons too. The ranger strode into the battlefield, as if he didn't recognize anyone. My boss is here. You little bastards from the UMNO Alliance and Dao League, hurry up and hand over everything. Who is this little fatty? Li Chenglong and the others were stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, they immediately understood. A wave of ecstasy surged into their hearts. In an instant earth-shattering cheers erupted. Zwa! They turned their heads to look. Amidst the dust, Zwa Xiaoduo was dressed in a Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy martial arts uniform. It was snow-white and spotless. He had a faint smile on his face that he believed to be elegant. With his head tilted and his hands in his pockets, he walked out with his crab steps, as though he didn't recognize anyone. He had an arrogant look on his face as if he was the boss, and he deserved a beating. He was only short of baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Did you hear that? My boss said to hand them all over. If anyone dares to hide even a little bit, I'll search their corpses later. You won't be able to rest in peace even after death. The little fatty ranger was hooting. In front of all the geniuses of the two continents, he was arrogant and bossy, high and mighty. It was really the first time in his life that he had such a glorious moment. Little hero Yu was so excited that he almost had a stroke. Behind him, Wanli Xiuzhen fluttered and Gao Qiao, was speechless. Where did this little fatty come from? This fox flaunting the tiger's might. We can't stand it anymore. Moreover, Zwa Xiaoduo had never done a corpse search. If someone else did it, this guy wouldn't be at ease. He must mobilize the 3 school beauties to do a corpse search for you. Do you have any idea how insane and outrageous your actions are? But cursing was one thing. Now wasn't the time to think about it. He hurriedly rushed over. He rushed to Li Chenglong's side. He hurriedly gave the medicine in his hands to the seriously injured. Now that his side had the upper hand, their only weakness was these injured people. He had to quickly protect them and prevent the enemy from finding an opportunity to take advantage of. Li Chenglong sat down on the ground and smiled bitterly. Zwa, if you didn't come this time, even if everyone didn't die here, I would have definitely gone to the underworld. Zwa Xiaoduo laughed. Now that I'm here, it's their turn to die here and join hands in the underworld. By the way, what's going on with you? What are you doing? Before Li Chenglong could answer, the young man in white from the Dao League sneered. You dare to be so arrogant with just a few more people? Since you're here, then you'll all die here. Attack! With his loud shout, the people from the Dao League all rushed up. But the UMNO Alliance, who were shouting together just now, didn't move. Moreover, their expressions were very strange. They seemed to be hesitating, but also seemed to be struggling. What? The young man in white was furious. Attack! What are you waiting for? Didn't we just finalize the temporary alliance? Why? Aren't you moving? Do you want to take advantage of the situation when both sides are injured? The tall and strong martial artist from the UMNO alliance hesitated for a moment and said, "The human cultivator on the other side. Are you Zhuo from the Hidden Dragon clan?" "It's me, Zhuo." The ranger raised his nose to the sky arrogantly. The man from the UMNO alliance ignored him. His eyes were fixed on Zhuo. Zhuo had long been used to this kind of question. Basically, all the nascent soul transformation realm martial artists from the UMNO alliance that he met later would ask the same question. "Yes, I am your ancestor. Why? Are you going to kneel down and kowtow to me, begging me to be merciful and spare your lives?" Zhuo squinted his eyes and responded. This was the most effective response that he had accumulated through experience. It would be abnormal if the other party didn't have a temper after hearing this. If they didn't have a temper, how could they quarrel? How could they fight just because of a disagreement? If they didn't fight, how could they snatch things? Sure enough, more than 40 people from the UMNO alliance on the other side suddenly showed angry expressions. Zhuo saw this and suddenly became angry. "Why are you looking at me like this? Why are you looking at me like this? Are you looking down on me, Zhuo? Are you angry? Are you showing your anger? Are you going to beat me up? I spoke to you nicely and gave you pointers. Instead of being grateful, you actually dare to glare at me angrily." Zhuo was furious and flew into a rage. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Let's fight. After hearing this argument, the people on the other side, whether they were from the UMNO alliance or the Dao alliance, were all dumbfounded. Was this brat crazy? Especially those from the UMNO alliance. After we knew who you were, we already planned to leave. We didn't even want to snatch the treasures. But you're still so unforgiving. They didn't know that when Zhuo saw the state of Li Qinglong and the others, he was already furious and wanted to kill them. You want to leave in such a situation? There's no such thing as a free lunch. After seeing that the UMNO alliance was about to admit defeat, Zhuo wasn't going to let it go. Naturally, he wanted to stir up trouble. The 80 or 90 people on the other side were considered to have the advantage in numbers. In the face of such humiliation, how could they remain calm? With a loud shout, the Dao alliance moved first, followed by the UMNO alliance. The ranger's legs trembled. He turned around and ran. Good timing. Zhuo did a somersault and held the cat spirit sword in his hand. The sword flashed and he shouted, "Rainbow sword." The sharp sword light was like a shocking rainbow, shooting straight to the sky. The light was dazzling and brilliant. When the 80 to 90 people on the opposite side saw such a momentum, they were immediately on full alert. Their eyes were fixed on the sword chi in the air. Everyone could clearly feel that the killing intent in this sword had condensed into a substance. The sword aura was so condensed that they had never seen it before. A strong opponent. The Dao Alliance people thought in their hearts. Zhuo really couldn't be underestimated. He lived up to his reputation. The UMNO Alliance people thought in their hearts. At this moment, Zhuo shouted, "Rainbow piercing the sun fall." Before he finished speaking, the sharp sword light had already rushed down from the sky. Everyone immediately took out their weapons and focused their attention on the battle. At this moment, the sky was filled with jade-colored flowers. Countless small gourds, small buttons, small vases, small throwing knives, small awls, and countless jade-colored hidden weapons flashed across the sky. Then, there was a series of endless screams. There were a total of 30 people. And they weren't the ones at the front, but the ones at the back. Everyone's eyes were filled with bloody light, and they were collectively blinded. The hidden weapons directly pierced through the weakest part of the eye, directly into the brain, and then exploded in the brain with a piu-piu sound. More than 30 people instantly rolled on the ground. After a few screams, their bodies convulsed and they breathed their last. Zhuo had already taken out his sword again and rushed over. Watch out for the hidden weapons. However, there were no more hidden weapons. Instead, the long sword came over like a storm. The sword aura surged wildly, crisscrossing and slashing wildly. Zhuo, the Dao Alliance youth in white roared in grief and indignation. His eyes were about to crack. "You're despicable." He also rushed forward with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, the tall and strong man from the Alliance didn't say anything. He led the remaining people and quickly sent a telepathic message. Run! Just now, when Xiaoduo attacked, the Alliance youth already knew that they were no match for him. More than 30 people were killed in one hit. Even if the other party made a diversion and took advantage of the element of surprise, the absolute difference in strength was still apparent. Which one of those who could cultivate to this level didn't have a sharp mind and quick reflexes? Which of the vital parts like the eyes weren't the most tightly guarded? The other party was able to kill more than 30 people in one hit. Whether it was strength, speed, timing, or cultivation, they were all top-notch. There was no doubt about this. They were definitely no match for him. Therefore, the Alliance youth led the remaining 20 people and immediately retreated. Without another word, they hurriedly retreated. In an instant, they split into more than 20 directions and fled in different directions. Xiaoduo shouted, "Don't leave!" His longsword flashed again. This time, he used the body and sword as one technique to attack the enemy. He really didn't want to let any of them go. However, now that the Dao Alliance had stubbornly attacked him, the Alliance had run away. What the hell was this? By the time he used the body and sword as one technique to kill all the Dao Alliance members in front of him, the 20 people from the Alliance had already turned the corner of the mountain and couldn't even see their shadows. Xiaoduo was indignant and wanted to continue chasing. Zua! Yu Moyan shouted. "Look at Sister Yen'er. She's not doing well." On the other side, Li Zhongming also shouted, "Zua! Yu Yen'er is." Gasping. Xiaoduo was shocked. "Please give me a monthly vote. I caught a cold a few days ago and didn't update. I'm really embarrassed to ask. I'm finally better. Please support me." Chapter 8:17. Breathless? They were on the brink of death. Xiaoduo immediately stopped in his tracks and arrived next to the two in a flash. He placed his palm on the Heavenman stone and patted Duge Yen'er's hand. Then he patted Yu Yen'er's hand and said, "What is it? What's wrong? Let me see." He moved so quickly and stealthily that no one saw the details. At most, they only knew that he came to check on the situation. Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming hurriedly pointed at the two people behind them. Just now When they turned around, their jaws dropped as if they had seen a ghost. The two women opened their eyes weakly and panted for a moment. Then their breath stabilized and they said in surprise, I'm fine." Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Although the two of them were not experienced cultivators, they had been cultivating for a long time and were experts in the field of cultivation. They would never make a wrong judgment about a person's physical condition, especially when they were on the brink of death. Not to mention that the two of them had made a wrong judgment at the same time. In any case, it was impossible for them to make a wrong judgment. Just now, they were clearly on the brink of death. How could they be fine all of a sudden? Even Yu Yen'er and Duge Yen'er themselves were in a daze. They didn't know what was going on. They were severely injured and unconscious. They were on the verge of death. If they couldn't catch their breath, they would be done for. But for some reason, their bodies suddenly warmed up and they woke up. As for why they woke up, they had no idea. Xiaoduo said angrily, "With the two of you protecting them with your life force, how could they die? Speaking of which, the two of you are really messing around. Luckily, the injuries were not fatal. Otherwise, the two of you would have used up your life force before they died. Do you want to be a pair of lovebirds in the same fate? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Then he shouted, "Put them down and treat them. Is it so fun to hug them? Can't you hug them after they recover? Can't you guys take care of the feelings of a single dog? Is it fun to show off your love?" Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming's faces turned red, and they quickly put the two women down. Both of them used their life force to connect the two women. This was true. That was why they could feel each other's condition and time. But the two women themselves did not know this. When they heard this, they knew that Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan had used their life force to protect them. If they died, their life force would be greatly damaged. And they could not help but feel warm. Duge Yen'er's face was filled with bashful joy, as if she had nothing more to ask for in her life. Yu Yiner's pale face suddenly flushed red. She stealthily glanced at Li Changming beside her. She saw that this fellow's face was simple and honest. His chubby face was filled with a feeling of wealth. However, there was also an inexplicable sense of security. Her pretty face couldn't help but become redder. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately went forward and said, "Let them drink my medicine. Then this pill. Take it. And the two of you stand back. I will transfer my spiritual energy." He still kept the Heavenman stone in his sleeve. He reached out and touched Yu Yiner's wrist, transferring a stream of pure life force. After a while, it was Du Yiner's turn. She did the same thing. In just a few minutes, the two women's injuries were half healed. So Xiaoduo didn't go overboard. He immediately stopped and said with a frown, "Although he's still very weak, his life is no longer in danger. You two take care of him carefully and treat his wounds. Carry him on your back or carry him." Yu Yiner struggled. "I can walk," Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly. "Don't try to show off in front of me. I'll be honest with you. Both of you have injured your foundation this time. If you continue to try to show off, your future will be ruined." Yu Yiner and Du Yiner were frightened. They did not dare to say anything, and let Li Zhangming and Yuemo Yin carry them. But they could not help but blush. Their hearts were beating fast. "I really have my life force." Yuemo Yin was better, but Li Zhangming carried Yu Yiner. It felt like he was carrying a ball of cotton. For a moment he felt soft everywhere. His head was muddled, and his legs were uneven. It was as if he could not walk anymore. "Oh my God. This is the first time I have hugged a woman. It feels so good." Li Qinglong said. "So come and take a look at Bing Dan." So Xiaoduo took a look and patted Xiang Bing's shoulder. He rolled his eyes and said, "Bing Dan is fine. What do you want? Both of you have done everything. If you want to hug her, just do it. You don't have to find an excuse." Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, "Zhua, what nonsense are you talking about?" She was so embarrassed and angry that she was about to explode. But she did not notice that her injury had recovered by more than half. Li Qinglong's face was also red. He said angrily, "Zhua, what nonsense are you talking about? Bing Dan and we." He wanted to say, "We're innocent." But after thinking about it, he felt guilty. He could not deny his conscience and said, "We are husband and wife. Do I need you to say that? You are so thick-skinned." TSK. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the others again. Then he looked at Du Yiner again. His face was calm, but his heart was full of worry. According to the judgment of the supernatural power, Du Yiner's fate was clear. Death was inevitable. This time, her life was in danger when she came here to train. However, he used the divine mending stone to heal her once. It was no different from eliminating a calamity of death. But the aura of disaster flowing on her body, especially on her face, still did not disappear. It was still moving on her face. It was not fixed, although it could be seen at a glance. It was sometimes scattered, sometimes gathered, and sometimes moved. This situation was an eye-opener for Zhou Xiaoduo, who was an expert in the art of divination. It was hard for him to come to a conclusion. Obviously, Yu Moyan's luck helped Du Yin suppress a part of the disaster. His heaven-mending stone also helped her suppress some of the disaster. But the disaster on her body was too great. It was the so-called fate of death. But because of the interference of external forces, it became a pattern of wandering between life and death. And this situation also made it difficult to see when there would be another disaster. Maybe when there was a good thing, it could be dispelled. Maybe when there was some impact, it would be worse. Zhou Xiaoduo could not tell which direction it would deviate to. It was difficult for him to come to a conclusion. He could only wait until he got out of here. It was Zhou Xiaoduo's first time encountering such a fate of death that could not be eliminated. Saving her once was just delaying it for a while. How could this be? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Yu Moyan. This fella had always been a loner, and now that he had developed such an extreme personality, it would affect his luck. But now that he met a friend and gained love, the color on his face began to change. On the left, he looked like a lucky star with prosperity. On the right, he looked like a widower. He looked like a bachelor for his entire life. These two people's faces are really. Zhou Xiaoduo secretly remembered this in his heart. Something big was going to happen. After getting out of here, he must pay attention to Yu Moyan's news. Maybe if he was not careful, it would be a lifelong regret. Zhou Xiaodua would not be careless when it concerned his brother. After a long while, everyone's injuries finally recovered a lot. Zhou Xiaodua then asked, "Now tell me what's the matter? Where have you been all this time? What's the specific situation?" The whole process is mysterious and bizarre. I really don't know how to start from the beginning, but the most important thing is that everyone has sacrificed too much to protect me. Li Chenglong's face was full of shame. He was the strongest among them. He should have done his best to protect everyone. However, after everyone entered the big demon's cave abode, they were all fighting for the treasures in the big demon's cave abode. That the astral souls always had the upper hand in the fierce battle. In this huge palace, they did not kill each other. They kept breaking through and fighting. Time passed day by day. Then on that day, in another explosion, they finally broke the restrictions of the inner sect and revealed the big demon's inheritance in this cave abode. It was also at that moment that everyone went crazy, especially the bright pearl in the middle, which was obviously a top-grade treasure. It was the first to bear the brunt, and was the most fiercely fought for it. Li Chenglong was the strongest among them. Naturally, he was the first to rush over and beat back the many Dao League geniuses who blocked his way. He even used his bloodstained hands to grab the pearl. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change happened. This unexpected turn of events almost caused Xing Hun's entire army to be wiped out. They all perished in a single day. The moment Li Chenglong grabbed the pearl suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. It was dazzling. Then Li Chenglong could not move at all. At that moment, Li Chenglong was like a fish on the chopping block. He was at the mercy of others. Xiang Bing, who was the first to notice his abnormality, reacted quickly. She was the first to rush to his side and tried her best to protect him. Then, Yu Moyan and Xiang Chong also rushed to protect Li Chenglong. As Li Chenglong fell into a strange state, he went from being the strongest to being completely protected. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance saw an opportunity and joined forces to attack. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bingyu, Yin Yu Moyan, Dugu Yin and the rest. All the Astral Souls human martial artists gathered around Li Chenglong and tried their best to resist. After losing Li Chenglong, who was their strongest fighter, they had to divert their attention to protect him. At the same time, they also had to face the joint attack of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League. The Astral Souls immediately fell into a desperate battle of life and death. Chapter 8:18. Everyone from that moment on had no time to rest. The attackers came one after another, and the defenders could only fight with their lives on the line to protect everyone's lives. From the very beginning of the battle, the situation had reached a rather tragic level. As the battle continued, one by one, the warriors of the Astral Souls fell, but no one retreated, and no one lost their will to fight. If they retreated, Li Chenglong would definitely be killed, and they would die even faster, and there would be even less hope. If they fought, as long as Li Chenglong could wake up, the situation would change. Moreover, everyone could see that Li Chenglong should have obtained a heaven-shaking opportunity. This matter could be said to be related to the future of the Star Soul human race. Who would be willing to retreat? Dying in battle is our duty. We'd rather die than retreat. Because of Yu Moyan's sneaky attacks, every time he attacked, one of the opponents would die. Yu Moyan's attacks were sharp, and no one could stop him. It was also because of this that the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were wary of him, and the battle was not completely out of balance. After that, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's overlord Halberd worked together to force out an area, and Li Zhongming, who had been waiting for a long time, finally found his chance. He immediately activated the Great Dream Divine Technique and brought the 7 of them to sleep. He did not dare to activate the Great Dream Divine Technique, because if one of them escaped and could still move, his side would be annihilated. Many of these people had higher cultivation than him, and Li Zhongming was not confident at all, so he could only use a more targeted method to drag the 7 of them to sleep. This was Li Zhongming's limit, and it was also the best choice. But even if everyone on his side tried their best and used all their trump cards, the huge gap in their overall strength made the situation more and more dangerous. Yu Moyan attacked continuously, and after successfully killing 8 of them, he paid a heavy price, and his combat power decreased sharply. They were all geniuses of the same level, and it was impossible to kill one of them without paying a price. Yu Yan-er, who was seriously injured, finally activated her life potential, and burst out her source of strength, and killed a few of the opponents. Dugu Yan-er, who was trying to save Yu Yan-er, took a sword in 3 palms, that while everyone was stubbornly resisting, Li Qinglong finally regained consciousness. However, before he could join the battle, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into an atmosphere of heaven and earth collapsing. The palace that everyone was standing in directly rushed out of the belly of the mountain. Then, the scene that everyone saw before. The whole palace entered the pearl in Li Qinglong's hand. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Zhou Xiaoduo and the others coming to his aid. I see. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the pearl that Li Qinglong took out for him, and could not help but feel envious. Look at his luck. He just had to casually fight a battle, casually collapse a mountain, casually enter an abode of immortals casually. And he got it. Looking at the meaning of the palace, its level might be even higher than his own Tower of Annihilation. This kind of luck, no one else could have. Then he looked at himself. He was a tragedy of being stingy. Sigh. Swollen's harvest was really much better than his, and he could not compare. Zhou Xiaoduo could not help but feel envious. No, it's time to ask Swollen for money. If he does not, I will feel bad. I can feel it. I can enter this palace at any time. When I first grabbed the pearl, my hand was injured and bleeding, so I used a blood contract to create a connection between them. Later on, I could not move because of this. There is also a herb garden, a training room, a martial arts arena, and some treasures in this palace. Li Qinglong said. The original owner of this palace, the big ancient demon, seems to be called Ing Zhao, which seems to be the name of a famous big demon in ancient mythology. I don't know if it is this person. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. If even you don't know, I don't know either. Won't we know when we go back and check? Is this the time to worry about these details? There is no need to check, I remember. Li Qinglong sighed softly and said. I really should wait until we go back and slowly talk about it. This is an extraordinary opportunity, but it is also because of this opportunity that 13 students died an unnatural death. Hearing this, the faces of all the students who survived this battle were filled with grief. Although we have obtained this opportunity, but the dead students will never come back to life. Li Qinglong took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xiaoduo said, the compensation that should be made must be given. The safety of the parents and family members must be well arranged. Those who have brothers and sisters in martial arts aptitude, focus on nurturing them. Those who do not have martial arts aptitude, let them live a prosperous life. He said softly, let this comfort the souls of the students in heaven. Every once in a while, go and check on the needs of the family, or the needs of cultivation. We cannot be ungrateful. Okay. Li Qinglong nodded silently. He wanted to say something about the families of these students, and whether he should do something. But he was directly interrupted by Zhou Xiaoduo. This was because Zhou Xiaoduo knew that if he really said that he would benefit the family, and even put it into action, Li Qinglong would probably never have a peaceful day in the future. It should be known that the whole family was never united. In this kind of matter, the ones who should be taken into consideration the most were the parents, brothers and sisters, and the direct bloodline. If he also benefited the family, or the direct bloodline of the dead students, because of the family, would not receive the care and even the benefits that they deserved. After all, every family was complicated. Zhou Xiaoduo did not want to use this kind of thing to test the humanity of a family. Therefore, he simply cut off Li Qinglong's words and used his own way to put an end to this matter. Perhaps his way of doing things came from the heart of a villain, but as the bloodline multiplied, after a few generations, the initial kinship would inevitably weaken. Zhou Xiaoduo did not want to see that kind of situation happen. Once it happened, there would be a lot of complications, and even how to deal with it would be a huge problem. Rather than this, it was better to cut off the roots from the beginning. Moreover, He also believed that the students would only care about the people closest to them if they were alive. This space is about to collapse. There is not much time left. Everyone, hurry up and heal your injuries. Then, as we move forward, we will gather the warriors of the astral souls to return to the team. So Xiaoduo issued the order with a dignified bearing. Okay. This is. Hello fellow students, hello fellow bosses. Xiao Xiao's posture was very humble, and his face was full of flattery. My name is Xiao Xia. My ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Everyone was speechless. They were a little surprised and a little shocked by the kid's identity, but they also had an inexplicable feeling. Your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, and you are so anxious to say it? You are not an ancestor if you don't talk about it? It was a little despicable. They did not know that the little fatty's heart was like a mirror. This group of people did not care about his identity. As for sucking up to him, it seemed that they did not even need to think about it. However, if he did not reveal his identity, this group of people might not take him along to play. After all, his cultivation was too weak. Only by revealing his identity early on could his safety be guaranteed. Hello Bossly Boss Yang Boss You Bossly. Hello fellow sisters-in-law, fellow students, brothers, everyone. Xiao Xia nodded and bowed, and greeted everyone full of modesty. I am's was little brother. If anyone has anything to say to me, when you go to Shangjing in the future, leave everything to me. Cough cough cough. I have a wife. I have a wife. He don't worry, I definitely do not have any improper thoughts. They had arrived, but Xiao Xia still felt a little insecure. After all, there were so many beautiful female classmates here. Therefore, he quickly made his position clear. He was a man with a family. Otherwise, if he provoked the jealousy of some genius and got killed here because of this, it would be a great injustice. Not to mention the others, even Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, were a little surprised. The two of them looked at little fatty thoughtfully. This kid had a promising future. As a descendant of a heavenly king, he did not put on any airs at all. When he should be humble, he would be humble. And there was nothing he could not do to flatter that this kid would probably live for a long time. Everyone instantly got along well with each other. Then, they continued to gather people, and began to prepare to go out. Everyone knew that it was time to go out. Outside, the dazzling golden light slowly faded from the golden door, and an inexplicable chaotic aura gradually rose from it. The entire world began to tremble as well. The flood which suddenly stood up. Let the experiencers inside come out immediately. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly set up a space passage to receive them. Okay. They were all peak experts working, and their efficiency was very high. In a very short time, the first passage had been set up. Flood, Golden Scale Wind Emperor, Left and Right Heavenly Kings, Celestial Emperor Zhaixing, and a few people from the Tao League protected the passage directly through the golden door and extended in. The first to receive them was the Profound Returning Team. Because the Profound Returning Team had the least number of people who entered to train, it was naturally easier to receive them. Each family had 800 Profound Returning experts. As the number of people who came out, the higher-ups looked at each other and felt that it was about the same as their estimates. The Astral Souls continent, 800 people entered, and 630 people came out. The Umno Alliance continent, 800 people entered, and 645 people came out. The Tao League continent, 800 people entered, and 570 people came out. At the Profound Returning level, everyone was at the same level. Even if they fought desperately inside, there were not many who would die. Just from the number of people lost, it was completely obvious that these people were definitely fighting with their lives inside. The battle inside was definitely tragic to a certain extent. Otherwise, each family would not have lost more than 100 people, especially the Tao League, which lost more than 200 people. This was a huge number. Chapter 819. The faces of the higher-ups of the Tao League were slightly unsightly. After all, compared to the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the number of people who came out of the Tao League was much lower. Moreover, among those who came out, many of them were in tatters from head to toe. There were even a few who were on their last breaths. as if they would not live for long. Those who could still maintain their high-spirited state were few and far between. As for the cultivators from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, most of them were in high spirits. Up until the moment they came out, they were still in a state of mutual hostility. They were on guard against each other, and it seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Taoist Yun from the Tao League snorted coldly and said, "Let's all rest." Then both sides sent out their higher-ups. Each side sent out 30 experts of the Skysoar realm and above to put down all their storage equipment. Then they were checked to make sure that there was nothing left on them. Then, they took the empty spatial rings that they pooled together and entered the returning mystery area through a spatial tunnel set up by a few peak almighties to search for the remaining treasures. 2 hours later they flew out. Although it was only 2 hours, the efficiency of these higher-ups was extremely high. There were also plenty of people who entered. Moreover, they did it without any hesitation, as if they were overturning mountains one after another. The treasures that they collected filled their spatial rings to the brim. There were more than 200 spatial rings in total. The bountiful harvest was truly shocking. One had to know that although everyone had spatial rings on them, under normal circumstances, they would not be filled to the brim. However, the spatial rings that were selected to store the treasures all had a super large capacity. All the spatial rings were placed on a huge tray in front of the Flood Witch. She was the only person that the 3 continents trusted. Everyone would not be at ease if she placed them in front of others, especially the Heavenly King of the Right from the Astral Souls and Taoist Yun from the Tao League. These 2 people were the most unscrupulous. The Flood Witch was the only one who was recognized by all the continents. The Flood Witch did not even bat an eye, following which, the passage to the God reigning area was established, and the number of heads that came out this time made the upper echelon's expressions change. The battle in the Royal God region was much more intense than the Guatian region. Of the 1,200 Royal God realm experts that entered the Astral Souls, only 730 of them made it out alive. The Heavenly King of the Left felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. These were not ordinary God reigning realm masters. They were the geniuses of the God reigning realm. It could be said that once this group of people matured, every one of them had the potential to become a future leader. In this trial, they had lost 470 people, which was close to 40% of the total number of people. How could they not feel heartache? Of the 1,200 imperial gods that entered the Umno Alliance, 810 came out. This number was a few dozen more than the number of people in the Astral Souls mainland. The few grand shamans' faces were filled with heartache and pride. Sure enough, our Umno Alliance is still the strongest. However, the Heavenly King of the Left was not the only one who felt heartache and unhappiness. On the other side, Taoist Yun of the Tao League wanted to curse out loud. The Tao Alliance had also sent in 1,200 divinity reigning cultivators, but in the end, only 512 of them had emerged. They had lost 688 people. They had lost more than half of their men in battle. This kind of loss was too great, too unexpected. How come we have so few people? Taoist Yun was furious. Did the 2 of you team up in there? Bullshit. The star-plucking monarch and the Flood Witch shouted at the same time. Shut up. I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense. Taoist Yun fell silent. Even if the Astral Souls and the Tao League had teamed up, they would never team up with the Umno Alliance. If the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance had teamed up, wouldn't it be like a mouse marrying a cat, or a wolf falling in love with a sheep? But why did they lose so many people? They were all Royal God reigning realm cultivators, so why was there such a huge gap in their combat strength? Taoist Yun felt like the Tao League's education was wrong. While the higher-ups of the 3 forces were looting the Royal God reigning realm, Taoist Yun asked about the situation, and was immediately rendered speechless. The reason why the Tao League had lost so many Royal God reigning realm cultivators was because the Royal God reigning realm cultivators of the Tao League had always thought that they were invincible. After entering the Tao League, they went around provoking others, wanting to rob anyone they saw. Many of them were killed for jumping out to rob others. They were simply seeking their own deaths. In the beginning, Two Dao League Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators dared to rob 5 or 6 astral souls, and Alliance cultivators. This kind of confidence was simply courting death. This is. Taoist Yin was completely speechless. When he returned, he had to strengthen the education in this area. After so many years of rarely fighting, Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators were treated like heroes in their respective realms. They all thought that they were the best in the world. But this was facing the Alliance and Astral Souls. Who gave them such confidence? He was speechless. On the other hand, the Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators of the Alliance and Astral Souls were all cultivators who had killed their way to the top. They were all very cautious and humble, that this caused the Dao League to be targeted directly. Too arrogant. On the other side, the Jade Alliance cultivators of the Astral Souls, who came out, were also cursing. The Dao League's Royal God Reigning Realm cultivators are a bunch of lunatics. They are all sanctimonious and think that they are the best in the world. They keep asking us to hand over the treasures, and even say that such treasures can only be obtained by those who are virtuous. Bah! Taoist Yun's forehead was filled with black lines. The ones who lost the most were the ones who had the least reason. They were speechless, unable to defend themselves. 3 hours later, the people who had entered the secret realm came out. This time, they had looted a total of 400 spatial rings. Right now, more than 600 spatial rings were placed on the stone tray. The Flood Witch was personally guarding them. Who would dare to snatch them? All the resources in the secret realm were inside. Whoever obtained them would instantly become the richest person in the world. However, if they dared to act rashly, they would have to cross the heavenly moat known as the Flood Witch. They would have to risk their lives. With such a heavenly moat, who would dare to try? Who would dare to try? Yu Dongtian looked at the tray with the spatial rings, and swallowed his saliva. Fuck, these are the ruins found in the Astral Souls. And they actually want to split them equally. He was really unhappy. If all of these were given to the Astral Souls, there would be at least a few more Skysoar Realm cultivators. But now, they had to split them equally. Fuck. He was really unhappy. He really wanted to steal 1 or 2 of them. But he didn't dare to. The passage for the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators had been opened. The first batch of people to come out was the people from the Astral Souls. This time, 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls had entered the secret realm. The Zhuo Xiaoyan was dressed in a snow-white robe as she led the group out. The 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators that entered were now 2,643 people from the Astral Souls. They lined up neatly and bowed to the higher-ups. The Heavenly King of the left, Yin Zhonghu, was overjoyed when he saw this. Out of 3,000 people, 2,643 had come out. Only 10% of them had died. Furthermore, he could tell that these people had retracted their divine energy. Compared to when they first entered, their auras were more than twice as strong. The training in the Cloud Transformation Realm this time was very successful. It was an unexpected success. The Heavenly King of the left was so happy that his mouth was about to split open. Everyone find a place to rest. Remember not to get separated. You still have to hand over your gains later. The Flood Witch and the Great Shaman looked at the Zhuo Xiaoyan at the same time. The Great Shaman couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice. Boss, the Ice Soul has recognized her as its master. The Flood Witch glanced at him and said, So what? The Great Shaman took a deep breath and said, That means we can't keep this girl. The Flood Witch said indifferently, This is the daughter of the Zhuo family. Didn't you hear the agreement? The Great Shaman transmitted his voice. Of course we can do it secretly. Boss, the Ice Soul recognizing her as its master is too serious. If we don't get rid of this girl, she will become a big problem in the future. The Flood Witch said indifferently, The Alliance will not break the agreement. But, the Flood Witch rolled her eyes and said, No buts. If you break the agreement, I will kill you with my hammer. The Great Shaman was dumbfounded. What did I say? I don't think I said anything wrong. Boss is going through menopause now. She will kill anyone for no reason. I know you dare and you will do it. I won't say it anymore, okay? I shouldn't have stayed. I should have let Bing Ming stay and let him piss you off. Piss you off. Not only does he dare, he will definitely piss you off, you old bastard. After the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls continent left, the Cloud Transformation Realm warriors from the Umno Alliance also came out. But as soon as they came out, everyone was shocked. Not only were the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance shocked, but also the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls continent. The Umno Alliance entered 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm warriors and came out. 1,608? Where are the others? The Great Shaman was furious. 3,000 entered, but less than 1,700 came out? Where are the others? Where did they go? The Great Shaman knew that the others wouldn't slack off in such a critical situation, and it was impossible for so many people to break the rules. He had guessed the truth, but he still had a sliver of hope. However, reality was reality. No matter how cruel it was still reality. A Huayan from the Wizard Alliance held one of his arms in his hands, and one of his eyes was covered with a black cloth. He said miserably, "They were all killed. They were all killed." The other side was even more miserable. Taoist Yin almost rushed up. "Where are they?" "Dead. All dead. All killed." One of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors' lips were trembling, and he couldn't speak. Taoist Yin was stunned. 3,000 entered, but only 1,354 came out. What the hell? We lost 1,600? More than half of the Umno Alliance's warriors came out. Our Tao Alliance has actually lost more than half of our forces? Who killed them? Taoist Yin roared in anger. That white-clothed woman, one of the Tao League Cloud Transformation Realm warriors, pointed at the white-clothed Zhuoxianyan from the Astral Souls continent angrily. Too cruel. No one survived her sword. Chapter 820. Bitch. Taoist Yin cursed, but he immediately shut his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Zhuoxianyan. He recognized Zhuoxianyan. She was the daughter of that man with the surname Zhua. However, this woman looked as cold as ice. Why was her murderous nature so strong? Moreover, her strength was not as simple as being the best among her peers. She was at least 2 levels above her peers to achieve such results. Taoist Yin suddenly had an uncontrollable thought. This woman must not be left alive. She would become a huge threat if she was left alive. The Astral Souls continent had the Sky Surveyor throne, and the Emperor Zhaixing. There were already too many of them. There could not be any more peak existences. A few thousand meters away, Zhuoxianyan felt as if her heart was being clenched by someone. She immediately shuddered. Before the Emperor Zhaixing and the left and right heavenly kings could make a move, they heard a cold snort. Taoist Yin's divine sense was immediately dispersed. The Flood Witch turned around and looked at Taoist Yin's face. She asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Taoist Yin was shocked by the concentrated divine sense from her cold snort. His face flushed red. He said angrily, "The Flood Witch, what are you doing?" The Flood Witch sneered, "I'm protecting fairness." "What fairness?" Taoist Yin shouted. "It's already been stated that everyone who enters is responsible for their own life and death." The Flood Witch said calmly, "No one is allowed to interfere. After the trial is over, no one is allowed to take revenge. This was agreed upon in advance. It's fairness." Taoist Yin took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Of course, of course." He turned around and did not say anything else. However, the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. He could feel that with this woman's strength and cultivation that could suppress all the geniuses of this generation, all the geniuses at the same level as her would be overshadowed by her presence and lose their will to fight. With this kind of pressure, as time passed, it would naturally form a phenomenon of fate gathering and plundering. All the fates of the same level would be diverted and used by her. Because of her, everyone's confidence would be affected. When confidence was affected, it would directly affect one's combat strength. Naturally, it would affect the direction of one's fate. This point in this world was no longer within the scope of metaphysics. It was also a realistic path of human affairs. High-level figures could completely see and even experience things, just like the great flood shaman from before. After the flood, which was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert, almost no one at Taoist Yin's level could go any further. Because in your heart, you were already convinced. Since you were convinced, what was the point? Perhaps there was only one person who was not convinced. He had never been convinced even after repeated defeats. And that person's current achievements had already surpassed everyone else. The higher-ups sent out a group of people to search the Huayan area. 3 hours later, they came out with another 300 interspatial rings. As time went by, it became easier to search for treasures. Because this space was about to collapse, the mountains and earth veins inside were gradually in a state of loosening. A group of powerful figures, who were far beyond the upper limit of what they could withstand, were flattened all the way. It was basically no different from directly picking up the treasures. However, there were many loopholes, and those that could not be found could only be left to be destroyed along with the collapse of the space. Then it was the last nascent soul area. Just like before, the passageway opened. But for some reason, the higher-ups of the UMNO Alliance and the Tao League all looked gloomy. Everyone had the same bad premonition in their hearts. The trial takers came out. It was still the people from the Astral Souls continent who came out first. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo in front of them, who was dressed in rags and seemed to have been bullied, the left and right heavenly kings were almost relieved at the same time. As long as this treasure came out, everything would be fine. But why did he look so miserable? Could it be that with this kid's cultivation, there was someone who could bully him here? This doesn't seem right. As they continued to look, everyone was speechless. Behind Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong was so weak that he couldn't walk. His face was pale, and he had to rely on Xiang Bing to support him. Yu Yan was unconscious in Li Zhongming's arms. Li Zhongming also trembled with every step he took. Dugu Yener was unconscious in Yu Moyan's arms. Looking at them, they were all covered in wounds, like wounded soldiers who had just come back from the battlefield. Moreover, they were full of wounded soldiers. None of them were uninjured. The wandering hero came out with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His whole body looked like it had been torn apart. After he came out, he actually choked with sobs. Ancestor, I came out alive. Yu Dongtian looked at the horizon with an expressionless face. This embarrassing little fatty has nothing to do with me. Then, an endless stream of nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent came out. Every one of them looked miserable and unbearable to look at. From the beginning to the end, not a single one of them was intact. Everyone looked like they had been seriously injured. There were a total of 3,000 nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent. When they saw the miserable state of the people, the left and right heavenly kings were already mentally prepared to lose more than half of them. However, although the people who came out were all miserable, the number of people seemed to be unexpectedly high. The number of people who came out had already exceeded 2,000, and there was still an endless stream of people coming out. 2,300. And there was still an endless stream of people. 2,500. Until they came out. 2,798 people. Seeing so many people coming out, the left and right heavenly kings were overjoyed. 2,798 people. This was almost equivalent to no casualties. The casualties were actually less than 10%. Although they all looked miserable, they were fine as long as they didn't die. Moreover, the cultivation of these people who came out seemed to have reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Not bad, not bad. This experience was worth it. The higher-ups of the UMNO Alliance and the Tao League heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Souls continent lost so few people, which meant that they didn't lose many people either. Everyone was of the same level. If there was a battle, the casualties would be about the same. Moreover, looking at the situation of the Astral Souls continent, they probably formed an alliance with the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The people who came out were the people from the Tao League. Taoist Yun looked on with anticipation. 300, 500, 700 and 800 people came out. And there was no more. 803? Taoist Yun's face darkened. Where are they? The people who came out next were the people from the UMNO Alliance. 3,000 people from the Tao League entered, and only 800 people came out? Taoist Yun was furious. He came to the front of the group and shouted, "Where are the others?" "Dead. All killed." This Taoist Yin felt his vision going dark. All dead. Most of our space rings were stolen. A nascent soul stage cultivator cried out. A nascent soul transformation cultivator, who came out, complained tearfully. A total of 803 of us came out. And those who still have spatial rings don't exceed 500. The others were all robbed. Taoist Yin and the others widened their eyes. Everyone looked at them. Indeed, some of them didn't have space rings on their hands. Who did this? Who dares to do this? Taoist Yin was furious. The other higher-ups of the Tao League were also furious. This was too despicable. They even dared to rob them, and took all their space rings. Zhuo Xiaoduo, the nascent soul stage cultivator from the Tao League, didn't care about his face anymore. He pointed and shouted, "It's that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the people from the Hidden Dragon High School." Zhuo Xiaoduo brought the people from the Hidden Dragon High School and surrounded us. As long as we met them, they ordered them to hand over their space rings before they attacked. They didn't have to die, but once they attacked, they took their lives, their rings, and their weapons. Too tragic. Too tragic. This person wailed. His heart of a cultivator was shaken. The students from the Hidden Dragon High School are a bunch of bandits and hooligans. When we met the Cloud Ancestor Dragon and the army's nascent soul stage cultivators, even if we couldn't beat them, we could still retreat. But when we met the people from the Hidden Dragon High School, they had a lot of people. One group was fighting, another group was watching, and another group was lying in ambush. They even have teams that specialize in cleaning up the battlefield, creating traps, and collecting the spoils of war. This kind of robbery is everywhere. The Hidden Dragon High School is a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere. Sometimes when we fought with the UMNO Alliance, they would lie in ambush. When both sides were injured, they would rush out and rob from both sides. Ancestor, please help us. The higher-ups of the 3 continents looked at each other. Everyone was speechless. Even the higher-ups of the astral souls were the same. They were all speechless. This matter. How should they explain it? How should they settle it? Could they blame the martial artists from the astral souls, the students from the Hidden Dragon High School, and even Zhuo Xiaoduo himself? They shouldn't have done this and shouldn't have been so ruthless. They couldn't say this either. Taoist Yin and the higher-ups of the Tao League looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators from the astral souls with murderous eyes. Looking at the beggars' clothes over there, they really wanted to kill them. You guys were so hooligans in there. How could you come out and pretend to be like this? The king of Zhuolu also turned his head and saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were looking at him with grief and indignation, as if they were waiting for him to uphold justice for them. We were bullied. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was so vivid. The king of Zhuolu quickly turned his head back. Damn it, I shouldn't have looked at them. I almost laughed out loud that these people are from the Hidden Dragon High School. Looks like I have to change the name of the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. The Hidden Dragon High School of Performing Arts. Chapter 821. Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at Taoist Yin from the corner of his eyes. This old bastard is looking for death. He actually scolded my wife. However, I can't deal with him now. When I'm stronger, I'll settle the score with him. Did Master Zhuo give you face? Master Zhuo is too weak now, so I have to give you face. However, when I can defeat you, I'll say this again. I'll say it in front of you, not in my heart. I'll say it openly in front of the world. On the other side, the UMNO Alliance's team had also come out. The UMNO Alliance's higher-ups, including the Wind Emperor and the Golden Scale Grand Shaman, were all dumbfounded. They were just gloating over the Tao League's misfortune. But now alright, it was better than the Tao League. The number of people was still a lot more. The UMNO Alliance's 3,000 nascent soul transformation experts had come out. 888 people? Compared to the Tao League, there were more than 80 people. It was a little less than 100 people. This number was really auspicious. My ass. Moreover, this group of people looked even more miserable than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Much more miserable. What's going on? A UMNO Alliance's higher-up asked. Inside, Shahai was crying. Gone. Many people were killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. We were also robbed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. That Zhuo Xiaoduo brought people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School and ambushed everywhere. They robbed whoever they saw. They were crazier than a mad dog, and more ferocious than a hungry wolf. It was a massacre. We stopped attacking people from the astral souls. But they still refused to let us go. Shut up. In the sky, the golden scale grand shaman was speechless. You're really embarrassing me. Shahai shut his mouth. Continue. The wind emperor looked at the golden scale grand shaman. You idiot, it's fine if you don't say anything. No one will think of you. Now that you're speaking, aren't you telling others that you're related to the crying weakling below? It's all Zhuoxiaoduo's fault. It was all Zhuoxiaoduo's doing. Zhuoxiaoduo, and the people from Hidden Dragon High, are clearly a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere and attack whoever they catch. As long as they are not from the Astral Souls continent, they won't let anyone go. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Shahai's lips trembled. I was robbed by Zhuoxiaoduo 4 times. I was robbed 4 times. They just got the ring and found a batch of good things to put in. But they were robbed on time. We have 888 people. Only 300 of us still have our rings. That's because we haven't met Zhuoxiaoduo yet. We're extremely lucky. As long as we meet this bastard, we'll skin him alive. Shahai raised his head and cried out in grief and indignation. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for us. The golden-scaled great wizard was so angry that his entire body trembled. Such a shameful thing. Why did you call me? But now, everyone's goal was finally clear. Zhuoxiaoduo. The Dao League was complaining about Zhuoxiaoduo. And the Umno Alliance was also complaining about Zhuoxiaoduo, the biggest culprit. The Umno Alliance and the Dao League's high-ranking officials also focused their fierce gazes on this kid. Even the Flood, which turned to look at him with displeasure in her eyes. I remember, I warned you. You brat, you actually killed one of them, and made him suffer a crushing defeat. Are you looking down on me? Zhuoxiaoduo didn't go into the crowd. He had already shrunk his weak little body behind the king of Zhuolu, looking left and right calmly. I'm hurt, you have to protect me. You said that you would help me. Words are like the wind, and your words carry weight. I'm counting on you. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent, as if it had solidified. The Flood Witch's gaze fell on the king of Zhuolu. The king of Zhuolu's face was a little pale. Little junior brother, I did say that I would help you, but if this old thing really goes crazy, I won't be able to handle it. I really want to throw this kid out. The pressure is too great. Zhuoxiaoduo naturally didn't know that the great king of Zhuolu couldn't handle it. He was now hiding behind Yun Zhonghu, and felt very safe. Sure enough, it was good to have a backer. In the Astral Souls mainland god reigning team, Qin Fengyang was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, these guys gained much more than me? I wanted to use the things I snatched to gather these little guys, then give them things, give them benefits, and enjoy everyone's admiring gazes. I thought that I could at least hear a few cheers like Teacher Qin is so awesome. But now, after a long time, the Flood Witch finally retracted her gaze and coughed. Everyone, return to your teams. After all, she had said earlier that the opportunities inside were determined by the heavens, and life and death were their own responsibility. After coming out, no one was allowed to take revenge. If you were killed or robbed, you could only blame yourself for not having the ability. Everyone was originally on opposing sides. If they were ruthless and even ruthless, there was really no room for criticism. It was just that the number of people who were killed and robbed this time was really a little too much. The Umno Alliance had lost 2,112 people, and the Dao League had lost 2,197 people. The rings in the hands of the remaining people added up weren't enough for each person. In other words, more than 5,000 rings had been robbed. How could the disaster be so serious that everyone waited quietly? 3 hours later, the people who had gone in to loot also came out with strange expressions. They took out 50 rings worth of items. All the higher-ups were dumbfounded. What's going on? Are there so few treasures in the nascent soul area? After the Guixian area was done, 232 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the spirit control area was done, 413 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the Huayan area was done, 308 interspatial rings were taken out. The nascent soul area was awesome, but only 49 interspatial rings were taken out. 49 interspatial rings. This gap was a little too obvious, wasn't it? Cough cough. The mountains in the nascent soul area are looser than other areas. No, it's much looser. A higher-up of the astral souls who had entered had a look of disbelief on his face. What do you mean looser? A higher-up of the Alliance said discontentedly. It's obvious that the mountains have been dug up. In the past, I thought that digging 3 feet into the ground was an adjective, but today, that's not enough to describe it. The King of Zwulu said lightly. It's just a sign that the space is about to collapse. The lifespan of this space is about to end. As time goes on, the signs of collapse will only become more obvious and faster. You're the last to enter the area. So what's wrong with having so little harvest? To put it bluntly, even if you and I went in, even if the flood which went in, would we know what's buried under the soil? Digging up the soil, digging up the mountains, and trying our luck, what does that mean? The golden-scaled witch said lightly, Yun Jonghu, there's clearly something wrong with this nascent soul area. Even if you deny it, it won't change anything. The King of Zwulu narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Fate is determined by the heavens, and life and death are our own responsibility. Once we come out, we won't investigate. So what if there's a problem? It's still a matter of fate. The golden-scaled witch snorted. Taoist Yun said angrily, I request that you check Xiaodua's space ring. The King of Zwulu was furious. He pointed at him and scolded. What do you mean, Taoist Yin? What right do you have to check the space rings of the astral soul's cultivators? What? I even suspect that the Tao Alliance committed mass suicide to frame us, and the rest of the people collected a large number of space rings to frame us. Taoist Yun was so angry that his mouth was floating. We committed suicide to frame you? We're in an alliance. The King of Zwulu sneered. So you still know that we're in an alliance? Taoist Yun said. The reality now is that your people killed our people. They're too ruthless. They don't deserve to be sons. They don't deserve to be sons. The King of Zwulu didn't budge an inch. Ask your people, have they not killed our people? Taoist Yun, why are the officials allowed to set fires, but not the common people? What do you mean? Or is this what you mean? Yu Dongtian crossed his arms and said, This double standard is really strange. Taoist Yin, you're actually talking about the alliance. The Alliance didn't say anything, but you're anxious. What are you anxious about? Taoist Yin almost vomited blood. The Alliance. That's right. Why didn't the Alliance say anything? The golden-scaled witch and the Wind Emperor looked at Yu Dongtian with a strange feeling in their hearts. Who said that we didn't say anything? The moment we came out, you two were arguing. Did you give us a chance to speak? The nascent soul of the Alliance and the Tao League didn't return to the team. As for the space rings that were found in the nascent soul space, 49 of them were placed alone next to the big pile. It looked like a small sand dune next to the big mountain. It was really pitiful. The Wind Emperor was also full of anger. He said, Take out your space rings, and let me see what you've gained. He gave the order to the 800 people of the Alliance. With a crash, a pile of space rings was placed next to everyone who still had them. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. There were a few people who still had a few space rings that they had snatched. However, when it came to the treasures that they had gained, the high-grade ones were pitifully few. Basically, they were just some ordinary things. However, his cultivation had improved significantly after this round of training, but it was obviously not worth the price of the ticket. Not to mention that there were so many empty-handed people who just stood there blankly after hearing the order. These people even snatched the space rings that Chu Chu had brought in. Among these empty-handed people, there was also Sha Hai. This result made the golden-scaled witch so angry that his nose was crooked. It was so embarrassing. Under the gaze of the old ancestor, Sha Hai didn't even have a place to put his hands. He lowered his head and felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. I was the last one to come out, and had already gathered that I had already seen the big group of people gathering. So Xiaoduo found me, then intercepted me and snatched the last one. Only you have a gold medal? This makes me so unhappy. Hand over the rest of your things. At that time, Shahai was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 822. Now, facing the elder ancestor's murderous gaze, Shahai panicked. I really didn't do it on purpose. Zuoshaoduo is obviously targeting me. Elder ancestor. But he obviously couldn't say these words. Once he did, Shahai reckoned that the elder ancestor would slap him to death. Can you be any more embarrassing? On the other side, the Dao League was also doing the same thing. Their faces were dark, and they were almost unable to suppress their irritable aura. Originally, there was no need to do this, but at the level of soul transformation, the losses were too great, and the looting was too great. Those at Huayin stage were only killed and not looted. But at the level of soul transformation, not only were they killed, they were looted as if the enemy army was passing by. Looking at the loot, Daoist Yun's face turned green. There were dozens of people who had rings on their hands, but they didn't have anything. After asking around, it turned out that they were chased by Zuoshaoduo and the Hidden Dragon High School students. So they threw away all the things in their spatial rings, that they threw them out as they ran, all for the sake of survival. As for Zuoshaoduo and the rest, they didn't continue to chase after them. They focused on picking up the items and checking their loot. The leader of the Dao League looked embarrassed. Daoist Yun trembled and said angrily, "What a scandal! What a scandal!" Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu felt the same way. Yu Dongtian pretended to persuade him. It's good that the children went in to train and achieved the effect of the training. At least, the children know how to survive in this kind of situation in the future. This is also a reward. Don't be angry. Gain? I don't want such a gain. Yun Zhonghu coughed and said, "Look at these children on our side. They were all badly beaten up by your people." Yun Zhonghu, Daoist Yun said angrily, "Do you mean that we have to compensate your children? Don't you feel guilty when you say this?" The king of Zulu said angrily, "I mean that both sides suffered losses. This is actually quite normal." It was normal. Daoist Yun felt a lump in his throat and angrily said, "I want to see the harvest of the astral souls." Yu Dongtian snorted. "Why? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? You're not a son, not a son." Daoist Yun's face turned blue. He had always been the one to criticize others for not behaving like a son. This time, someone else actually did the same to him. It was like pouring all the water from the 5 lakes, 4 seas, and 3 rivers to wash away the shame on his face. Above, the golden-scaled great shaman came down with his hands behind his back and said, "Fate is decided by the heavens. Life and death is one's own responsibility. Once you come out, there will be no further investigation. This is the rule and the final conclusion." He said indifferently, "However, I believe that letting astral souls show off their harvest will be a spur to both sides. I'm just showing off my harvest. At least in my opinion, it's nothing much." He looked at Monarch Heartpicking and asked amiably, "What did you say?" Emperor Zhaixing took a deep breath and said, "Light it up? Just to light it up." He thought to himself, it's not a bad idea to use this opportunity to raise our morale. Besides, they already showed off their harvest to us 2 times in advance. It doesn't seem right to say that they didn't show off their harvest now. The golden-scaled shaman said, "That's right, I promise. It's just to light it up. Once it's lit up, everyone will be at ease." At the top, the flood witch looked down and didn't say a word. "The golden-scaled shaman is generous. Let's light it up then." Emperor Zhaixing agreed. He had no choice but to agree. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance were obviously mad. Thus, the Astral Soul's soul transformation cultivators stood in a few rows and began to show off their harvest. Under this light, it was a dazzling array of items, especially Li Chenglong Yu Moyan Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Zhangming Long Yuxing Meng Zhangjun, Wan Lixiu and the others. Among them, the most unique one, Gao Qiao. Although the items she showed weren't of high quality, there were hundreds of interspatial rings in her hands. It was almost like a mountain piled up from the ground. Just the interspatial rings were almost above Gao Qiao's calves. Gao Qiao was also dumbfounded. "I didn't expect it to be like this. But I have too many things on hand. Zuo's harvest from the first few days is still with me. I have nowhere to hide it. During this period of time, when I was free, I even deciphered the rings and wanted to organize a batch of them. Now all of a sudden, it seems to be several times more than Li Qinglong, who has the most. The eyes of all the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Tao League, and the Umno Alliance turned to Gao Qiaoer. This girl looks like her cultivation level is ordinary. TSK, her killing intent is quite strong. She actually killed so many of us. Only Zhou Xiaoduo. Everyone was speechless when they saw Zhou Xiaoduo's harvest. 7 or 8 interspatial rings, and some worthless herbs that he didn't even bother to pick up. This is your harvest? This is the harvest of a bandit like you? Who are you trying to fool? The most ridiculous thing was that there were also a few pieces of fragrant demon beast meat. Also among those things there was only a sword. There was nothing else that belonged to Zhou Xiaoduo. Oh, that's not it either. There were also a few books on how to get along with interpersonal relationships, cultivator self-cultivation, war and military theory, on the severe situation of the Astral Souls continent, and many other professional books. Taoist Yun's face darkened as he flipped through them, revealing the following web novels. The Evil Prince of a Strange World, I Am the Supreme, The Nine Heavens, The Legend of Ling Tian, The Realm of the Heavens. That what was even more ridiculous was that these books were all written by the same person. How strange. What is this? Taoist Yun's eyes widened. These are novels written by the author that I admire the most. They're really good. Zhou Xiaoduo excitedly introduced. These books are really enjoyable. I've read every one of them many times. Every time I read them, I gain new insights. There's an ancient saying, sit and comprehend the Tao. I comprehend the Tao through reading. This author not only writes well, but his writing style is also very good. His words are meaningful and thought-provoking. Oh right, this person is especially handsome. He's almost as handsome as me. Can you imagine how handsome he is? His writing style is especially sincere. I suggest you take a look too. Who knows? You might be enlightened and have a breakthrough after reading these books. Zhou Xiaoduo suggested to Taoist Yun. I sincerely recommend you take a look. Even if we don't talk about other things, there's a lot of wisdom in these books. There's also a lot of patriotism. You young people in the Tao League should be promoted. Taoist Yun's face turned black. I won't read this kind of stupid book. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Taoist Yun sympathetically. The opportunity was right in front of you, but you missed it. Although you won't read it, you can't say that. Sigh. I'm afraid you're finished. The last sentence was said very softly. That's all you got? What about the rest? Everyone was flipping through Zhou Xiaoduo's loot. Who are you trying to fool? You must have other storage equipment. Taoist Yun said. You can search if you don't believe me. Zhou Xiaoduo patted his clothes and opened his arms. I only have that one space ring. I don't have anything else. You're lying. In the Umno Alliance, Shahai shouted himself hoarse. You're just robbing me. So be it. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the golden-scaled great shaman's sharp gaze. What a disgrace. The golden-scaled great shaman took a step forward and looked carefully at Zhou Xiaoduo's fingers. There was indeed no ring. But why did he feel that something was wrong? Zhou Xiaoduo's loot couldn't be so little. Faintly, there was a familiar smell. Whose smell was it? The golden-scaled great shaman didn't know anything about the godson and the father, so he didn't think in that direction at all. If the Inferno Great Shaman, Dan Kong Great Shaman, and Deep Ice Great Shaman were here, they would probably figure it out immediately, because they knew that the Flood Witch's life ring was in this kid's hands. They had seen the video, so how could they not know? But the golden-scaled Great Shaman didn't know, so he was full of doubts. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't understand what was wrong. At this moment, there was a cough from above. Cough. The Flood Witch stood up with her hands behind her back, her face red. At this moment, the Flood Witch was actually speechless. Show them? With that little bastard's personality, how could he show them all the good things he got? My space ring alone can fill all of them. Not to mention that the kid has the Void Extermination Pagoda. But the Flood Witch couldn't say this. No matter what, no matter how selfish she was, no matter how far-sighted she was, no matter how. But what she did now was more or less suspected of helping the enemy. But now, this kid seemed to have gone too far. He actually hid all of it. How distrustful was he of these people? You should at least show us some of it. How could we rob you? Where's the stuff? Taoist Yun looked at Zhuo. What stuff? I didn't rob them, Zhuo said in an extremely wrong tone. I only got this little bit. It's all here. You can't slander me like this. I'm inside, I'm law-abiding, kind to others, trembling with fear, sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants. Enough. The flood witch stood up. Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then keep it. She made the final decision. Taoist Yun and the golden-scaled great shaman both wanted to ask Zhuo more. This kid must have another storage space, that much was certain. Taoist Yun still felt unreconciled. After all, the Tao League was really too miserable this time. But when the golden-scaled great shaman heard the flood witch's voice, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. Fuck boss's aura. What the fuck? He immediately understood. Looks like boss has made some arrangements. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but I don't want to ruin boss's plans. Then, I'll be in deep trouble. At this thought. No need to look anymore. The golden-scaled great shaman hurriedly said, keep it all. Fate is decided by the heavens. Life and death is your own responsibility. Once you leave this place, you won't be investigated. This is the rule. Everyone has to abide by it. Then he turned and glared at Taoist Yin. Do you have any other questions, Taoist Yin? Taoist Yin immediately fell into a state of confusion. This wasn't right. Was the Astral Souls continent an alliance with the Tao League continent? Or an alliance with the Umno Alliance continent? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by two continents? Logically speaking, these two continents shouldn't be in an alliance. Chapter 823. Zhuo, Shahai yelled. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had suffered a loss. This loss really made him unable to rest in peace. Zhuo had gone too far. Just you wait. My brothers didn't come this time. Just you wait. Shahai gritted his teeth. Now that he had someone to back him up, he was safe. He could finally say a few harsh words. Zhuo also gritted his teeth. Shahai, just you wait. I didn't rob you at all. Your great shaman threatened me from the beginning. If I dared to do anything, he would target my parents. How could I dare to do anything to you? You slandered me like this. You are guilty of a great crime. You are confusing right and wrong. Just you wait. I, Zhuo, swear that I will not let you go. Bah. Zhuo spat a mouthful of saliva. He yelled like he had been wronged. Is this how the Umno Alliance slander others? Making things out of nothing, calling a deer a horse, confusing right and wrong. Oh God. Open your eyes. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't oppose the ruling party. How could I be called a rogue robber? Shahai, in this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Zhuo yelled in grief and indignation. He thought that he had indeed been threatened by the great shaman. Suddenly, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. I'm already like this. What else do you want? The great shaman was furious. He slapped Shahai and shut him up. What were you doing earlier? Now you are like a fucking dog, barking just because there is an old man here? You are embarrassing me. Fuck, Zhuo, you actually dared to drag me into this. Do you think I came here willingly? It was Boss Flood's order. He is the culprit. On the other side, the king of Zulu was speechless. Little junior brother, you can speak with such grief and indignation. If I didn't know your character, I would have believed you. After that, Zhuo and the others were ordered to return to the camp. Goodbye, Zhua. Goodbye, Boss Li. Goodbye, Boss Yu. Goodbye, Boss Long. Goodbye, brothers. Goodbye, sisters-in-law. Goodbye, beauties. Goodbye, classmates. When you reach Shangjing, you must come and play with me. I'll take care of everything. I'm not bragging. I'm quite influential in Shangjing. The ranger reluctantly bid farewell to each of them. He really couldn't bear to leave. The days he had spent in there were simply too satisfying. He could rob whoever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted, and bully however he wanted. It felt so good. When she returned to Shangjing, how could she have such a life? Even though their family background was impressive, they still needed to behave themselves. If anything went wrong, the old ancestor would order people to come back and beat them up. I really don't want to go back. But Xianyi is still waiting for me. Sigh, if it wasn't for Xianyi, I would have gone to the Hidden Dragon Empire and stayed with Sua. Where else would he be able to find such a good life, just by doing odd jobs and sucking up to others? The Heavenly King of the Right's ears perked up as he listened to the fatty's farewell. He couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. This little shrimp seems to be quite close with Sua Xiaoduo and the others. Should I focus on developing him? The team of soul transformation cultivators quickly retreated. After all, they were just small characters. No matter how talented and outstanding they were still soul transformation cultivators. Although this group of geniuses would probably advance to the cloud transformation realm soon after they left. However, in terms of the actual situation, it was still useless and had nothing to do with the main goal. However, the King of Zhuelu and the Heavenly King of the Right, as well as the higher-ups of the 4 armies who stayed behind, were all excited. The reason for their excitement was because of these soul transformation cultivators. Forget about the others, those casual cultivators, the warriors from various departments, and the soul transformation cultivators in the army were really unable to do much. After all, they were old. Even though they had improved a lot this time, these people were at least 40 or 50 years old. Some of the older ones were already over 100 years old. Even if he had a bright future ahead of him, it would still be very limited in comparison. But this group of soul transformation cultivators was different. Most of them were only in their early 20s. Yes, except for a few, the rest were all in their early 20s. The oldest was only 21 or 22 years old. This was simply seeds. Genuine seedlings of powerhouses, soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. And there were more than 2,000 soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. This was definitely the hope of the astral souls in the future. This was something that had to be protected. Next was the division of the spoils of war. Guixian District, 232. Spirit Control District, 413. Cloud Transformation District, 309. Soul Transformation District, 49. In total, 1,008 pieces. They were all in a mess and piled together. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes first. The Flood Witch's face was calm. Yu Dongtian stepped forward, and according to the usual practice, took 34% of the share, which was 342 pieces. The Dao League stepped forward and took 33%, which was 332 pieces. Similarly, the Umno Alliance also took 332 pieces. In this way, a total of 1,006 rings had been distributed, and there were still 2 pieces left. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes the surplus unequally. The Flood Witch said. Yu Dongtian stepped forward and took 2 pieces. The Umno Alliance has 332 pieces. Yu Dongtian, you can take 33 pieces. The Flood Witch's face was calm. This is what Lai Hua and Bing Ming lost to you. Yu Dongtian rubbed his hands. Ha ha ha, how can I? Although he was modest, he quickly stepped forward and took 33 pieces. He didn't dare to take more. This was the Umno Alliance accepting defeat. If he dared to take advantage of the situation and then pretend to be obedient, the Flood Witch would probably fly into a rage on the spot, and he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all this time, the astral souls had already taken advantage of the situation. However, he didn't dare to take less. With the Flood Witch here, he would probably be beaten up if he took less. Are you looking down on the Umno Alliance? At this point, the loot from the ruins had been distributed, and it had come to an end. At this moment, the golden door in the air had become modeled. Vaguely, a terrifying aura was gradually rising from the golden door, as if it had broken free from some shackles. Without needing any orders, the higher-ups of the 3 continents who had sensed that something was wrong immediately swept everyone up and retreated hundreds of miles away. When facing an unknown object, temporarily avoiding it was always the first choice. Then an earth-shattering sound was heard. A gray cloud of chaos suddenly rose into the air and rushed toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the mountains under the Crown Prince's Academy disappeared. Only a gigantic crater, with a radius of about 3,000 miles was left. The crater was bottomless, and white fog was rising from it. At this moment, the faint sound of water could be heard from the bottom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that this place was going to become a gigantic lake from now on. However, what kind of influence had caused this? The flood witch raised her head and looked at the space of chaos that had disappeared without a trace. She sighed silently in her heart. I finally remembered what I had forgotten. It was the mysterious space in the Crown Prince's Academy. When she had gone in to train, she had been repeatedly ordered not to go near it. So she had never gone near it. But now it seemed that it was somewhat extraordinary. The Crown Prince's Academy had collapsed, but that space could still soar into the sky. The flood witch vaguely felt that she had missed a great opportunity. She was at a loss. However, during these 2 months of training, the flood witch had discovered something else. Her luck was constantly increasing, especially since about a month ago, it had suddenly soared by 1 piece. That time, it had caused the energy to overflow from the small space that he had opened up. The amount of luck was so huge that it was shocking. It was more than twice as much as her original luck. This was a great surprise. The flood witch was also an expert in the art of observing luck. Naturally, she knew that she had received help from a benefactor. As for who this benefactor was, the flood witch knew in her heart. There was also another layer that she clearly felt that in the distant east, when she had suddenly received this burst of luck, the aura of her old enemy had also soared into the sky. Moreover, the 2 auras were entwined with each other and soared into the sky together. However, they disappeared in the sky like fireworks. Sensing this change, the flood witch did not know whether to be envious or jealous. She sighed. She knew that her old enemy had officially ended the mortal dust incarnation. Moreover, it had ended the mortal dust incarnation in a perfect way. From this moment on, she was no longer invincible in this world. Moreover, there might be more than one opponent who could fight with her. That was when he truly had an opponent who could stand up to him in every aspect and level. However, the flood witch did not have any scruples about this situation. Instead, she looked forward to it very much. She had been invincible for too long. Therefore, she did not feel any pressure for so long. Therefore, it was difficult for her to make progress. This was beyond doubt. After all, without pressure, there would be no motivation. The main reason why many of the former number 1 in the world could not live up to their reputation was because of this. They had lost the motivation to make progress. They always thought that they were already the number 1 in the world. However, they did not know that although their reputation and prestige seemed to be unshakable, once they fell, it would be fatal. The flood witch had always been vigilant about this. What she was worried about was never the appearance of a powerful enemy. Instead, she was worried about her own mentality. Therefore, she needed an opponent to suppress her own mentality. Now, with the appearance of this intertwined aura, and the completion of her old enemy's mortal dust incarnation, the flood witch's heart was at peace. Moreover, with the substantial increase of her luck, the flood witch immediately began to break through. He was going to break through the last step. At that moment, in addition to the feeling, there were signs of enlightenment. He could feel that he only needed to go into seclusion, and there would be a qualitative change. He would go 1 step further, and he had been waiting for this change for too long. Chapter 824. Sure enough, I can't get anything if I die alone. Life in the mortal world, bloodline, inheritance, continuation, reproduction. Only then is it complete. The flood witch thought silently. After this, the higher-ups will go into seclusion. Powerhouses above the heavenly king level, the 12 great shamans, and the 7 swords of the Tao League are not allowed to appear in the pugilistic world battlefield. The flood witch took a deep breath. Is there any problem? No problem. This was discussed long ago, and it was also a joint decision made by everyone. Everyone, if the Demon Alliance doesn't return, will fight to the death after we come out of seclusion. We'll beat this continent to a pulp. The flood witch stood with her hands behind her back, her hair flying in the wind. If the Demon Alliance returns, we'll accompany them and beat this continent to a pulp. Let's see who can destroy the mountains and rivers and rebuild the universe in the end. After the 12 great shamans return, gather at the flood palace. The flood witch stood still with her hands behind her back, but her body slowly rose from the ground. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she soared into the sky. She went higher and higher, and finally her figure disappeared. Today's matter is over. Everyone return. The golden-scaled great shaman shouted. No alliance. Gather your troops and follow me. All those who entered the secret land to train were to form an independent army, and their possessions would be confiscated. You can keep 10%. Those who don't get anything will be punished with 90% of the resources. You must hand it over within a year. Violators will be exterminated. The Umno Alliance left. The Tao League also left. On the side of the astral souls, they were also organizing their troops. The principle of confiscation was the same as the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. Those who participated in the secret area could only keep 10% of the loot and profits. The remaining 90% had to be handed over as the common wealth of the entire continent. This was a benefit that was fought for by the strength of the entire continent. It wasn't something that could be entered just because you were a soul transformation stage genius. Without a strong backing, even if you were a genius in front of these top figures, you were still worth nothing. Once you enter, you will be able to raise your own cultivation. That is already a great fortune. Naturally, the majority of the resources obtained during the trial had to be handed over. From Guixian to below, everyone took the initiative to hand over all their gains. It was the same when it came to the God-reigning realm. Qin Fangyang wasn't reluctant to part with anything. If Zhou Xiaoduo and the others didn't gain much, Qin Fangyang might feel a little heartache and regret handing it over. However, those little bastards had gained much more than he had. Qin Fangyang instantly felt that these resources were no longer of much value. I might as well hand them all over. Even I feel embarrassed if I keep them. Then, it was Hua Yun's turn. Zhou Xiaonian was quite honest. Other than the ice elemental treasures that were taken away by the ice spirit, she handed over everything else. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaonian's harvest shocked everyone. She directly poured out a mountain. There were also a few hundred spatial rings. Even the heavenly king of the left was shocked. He went to check it out personally and said gently, "You can keep some for yourself." Zhou Xiaonian was very calm. "Take them all away. I only need the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the ice attribute. I've already kept them for myself." "That's good." The king of Zwulu was very pleased. He didn't expect that there would be a normal person in his master's family. No, it should be said that there was finally a normal person in his family. "You're good, very good." The king of Zwulu praised her. Zhou Xiaonian's expression didn't change, but the people around were surprised. Everyone had handed in. Although she handed in more, she didn't deserve the king of Zwulu's praise. Next, it was naturally the nascent soul area. Gao Qiao looked at the things that Zhou gave her with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry. "What should we do, boss?" Zhou Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded, but he immediately expressed his understanding. "It's okay. Just hand them over." Gao Qiao still felt wronged. A few minutes ago, she was calculating how much she could make this time. In the end, it was confiscated. However, it seemed that she could still get back 1/10. Gao Qiao instantly decided what to take back, and she already had a target. But in the end, looking at the pile of junk that Zhou Xiaoduo handed over, the heavenly king of the left frowned and walked over. He sent a message to Zhou Xiaoduo. "No one will believe you even if you do this. Isn't this fake? Hurry up and take out more." Zhou Xiaoduo pursed his lips and dug in his left armpit. Then he took out 30 space rings and said pitifully, "There's no more. That's all I have." The king of Zwulu frowned. "Take out more." Then, Zhou Xiaoduo dug in his right armpit again and threw out another 30 rings. With a bitter face he said, "There's really no more this time." The king of Zwulu was unmoved. "Take out more. If you can't take out more, I'll kill you." Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. He felt around his back and took out another 30 rings. "Just continue." The king of Zwulu glared at him. This time, Zhou Xiaoduo put his hand into his pants and took out another 30 rings. Continue. The king of Zwulu was sure that this kid would not take out everything. So far, he had only taken out the tip of the iceberg. Zhou Xiaoduo reached behind his butt and took out another handful. This time, he took out 48 rings. Some were even, some were even. With a sad face he said, "There's really no more this time. It's all here." The king of Zwolu's lips twitched. Everyone else had a strange look on their faces too. In his crotch, behind his buttocks, on his back, and between his armpits. This boss was really good at hiding things. Heavenly King Zwa frowned and flipped his hand. Zwa Xiaoduo immediately floated upside down. Heavenly King Zwa grabbed Zwa Xiaoduo's left ankle and shook it violently. "There's no more? Then the rings on your body are not yours." Clatter. Space rings were scattered all over the floor, that there were at least 200 of them. Like copper coins, they poured out of Zwa Xiaoduo's body like rain. In his hair, in his pants, in his armpits, in his pants. Finally, Heavenly King Zwa took off his shoe and knocked it out. He really knocked out 6 rings that he tore off the bottom of his shoe, and there were 10 more. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Now all they could think of was one sentence and 2 words. What the fuck? What the fuck? Heavenly King Zwa wanted to curse, but he did not dare. He could only curse halfway. "Aren't you afraid of breaking your foot?" Zwa Xiaoduo hung his head dejectedly, as if his parents had died. How cruel. He was not letting go of even a single one. "Think again. Do you have more?" The veins on the king of Zwolu's forehead were bulging. "There's really no more this time." Zwa Xiaoduo replied weakly. "If there's no more, then there's no more. You can still take back 1/10 of what you have." The king of Zwolu said with a dark face. "There's no need for that, right?" Zwa Xiaoduo shrunk his head and said carefully. "Just take it as a contribution to the peace of the continent. I can take it. I can also not take it." The king of Zwolu was so angry that he almost laughed. "You have such a high level of self-awareness. You have such a high level of self-awareness. If that's the case, then you'll have to contribute." The king of Zwolu did not hold back. Zwa Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I was just being polite. Return to the team." "Yes." Zwa Xiaoduo ran back to the team barefooted. His face was full of pain. "I was just being polite. And I really lost that 1/10. I really lost it. I didn't gain much from this experience. And I even lost the last bit of my belongings. Alas. As long as one is alive, one must not casually exchange fake pleasantries. Return to your teams." The king of Zwolu, Yin Zhonghu, looked at his wife who was laughing so hard that she could not straighten her back, and Yu Dongtian, who was laughing so hard that he was about to collapse. He said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Everyone needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't you know that the war is about to break out? All the martial artists and forces, take your people back. All the armies, take your people back to the border immediately. No matter how urgent the war is, those who participated in this relic are not allowed to go to the battlefield for a month. They had to give them some time to digest the information. Once they finished digesting it, their strength would soar again. If they went to the battlefield now and died, the loss would be too great, and the trial would be meaningless." Yes, the military retreated almost instantaneously. With a gust of wind, the military personnel disappeared. Then, the people from the major organizations. At the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Zwa Xiaoyan, "I still have a month of leave." Approved. The people from the 9 Heavens Pavilion also left. Zwa Xiaoyan still couldn't understand. She really couldn't bear to leave Gouda. But why did she say that she had a month of leave? And it was approved immediately. Humph. Gouda must be very happy. He can bully me again. As she thought about it, she subconsciously looked at Zwa Xiaoduo. "Humph. Do you think I'll let you bully me? I'll beat you to death." Immediately, Zwa Xiaoyan flew up into the sky. She went back to the villa first. Zwa Xiaoduo, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Li Changming and the rest gathered again. "All of you, follow me to the villa. Delay your departure for a day." Zwa Xiaoduo suggested. "Okay." So everyone went back together. Long Yusheng and the rest stayed after applying for leave, while the other martial artists went back with their people. Yu Yener didn't go back with the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Instead, she followed Li Changming with a blushing face. She didn't say a word, only biting her lips and stepping lightly on the ground. She felt a little empty. There didn't seem to be any substantial progress. She was hugged and slept with. Why didn't he say anything? This idiot. Why didn't he say something? Duga Yener also naturally followed Yu Moyan. Seeing this, she went to accompany Yu Yener all the way back. Only then did Yu Yener's awkwardness disappear. Li Changming scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He waved at Yu Yener. What a coincidence. Yu Yener rolled her eyes and ignored him. She only cared about whispering to Dugu Yener. Nobody knew what they were talking about, but the two girls giggled. Their smiles were like blooming flowers in spring. Everyone went back to the villa. Zhou Xiaoduo called Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan and Li Changming together and said mysteriously, "Come to my room. I'll show you a big treasure." Chapter 825. He wanted to divide the golden light spots among the four of them. The golden light spots were mixed with the power of warmth. It was not only unsuitable for Zhou Xiaoyan, but it also conflicted with her. He had already enjoyed two of them. Li Chenglong had a great opportunity this time, and his attributes were not compatible. Naturally, this opportunity would benefit Long Yusheng and the other three. During this meeting, Zhou Xiaoduo was very sensitive and felt that the current state of the four of them, and even their foundations, were the kind of state where they were about to destroy themselves because they cultivated too hard. However, compared to geniuses of the same level, their actual strength was not much higher, at least not to the extent of overwhelming suppression. Especially Yu Moyan. If he continued to cultivate according to his established cultivation path, he would soon develop internal injuries that he could understand the mentality of the four of them. He and Li Chenglong had improved too quickly, and the four of them were very anxious, but they did not want to show off, so they could only torture themselves. However, the four of them, although they were geniuses, they were only geniuses of one place. There was a huge gap between them, and the level of peerless geniuses and heaven-defying monsters. To a large extent, their current achievements were obtained on the premise that their personal foundations were used up. Once their foundations were depleted, there was no way to go forward. Based on this situation, each of you write an IOU, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Then he took out 4 pieces of white paper, 4 pens, and a box of ink. Don't forget to leave your fingerprint. 10 billion. One person. So many. Long Yusheng exclaimed. Wan Lixiu rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense, just fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four of them did not say anything else. They skillfully wrote the IOU and handed it to Zhou Xiaoduo. How rare. TSK tisk. Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue. They actually wrote down the repayment period and interest. TSK, I will repay them in this lifetime. TSK. Creative. I will be able to find you in my next life. Really? Now even people who owe debts can be so comfortable and calm. The four of you still owe me a few $billions for your interspatial rings. Yu Moyan said blankly. Wasn't it millions back then? It had only been less than a year. And the interest rate had increased so much? Even the interest of rolling on the ground isn't that exaggerated, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said fiercely. You have a problem with that? No problem, no problem. Yu Moyan said. You can just write it down. I'll return it to you when I have the money. In any case, we'll definitely return it in this lifetime. The four of them said in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo's nose was crooked from anger. Fine. Just you wait. As he spoke, he took out a large piece of top-grade Astral Soul's jade. On top of it, 4 golden light spots were slowly rotating, emitting rays of golden light. Now that he had the time to take a closer look, he finally understood that they were 4 sesame-sized golden lotus flowers. They actually had petals, stamens, and flower stalks. They had everything that one could think of. How exquisite! Wan Lixiu exclaimed. All right, put your hands on it later. 1 flower for each of you. After eating it, quickly circulate your martial arts to suppress it. After that, quickly scram. Just looking at you guys makes me annoyed. Debtors are really arrogant. Zhou Xiaoduo said impatiently. Hee. Thank you, boss. The 4 of them sat quietly on the grass of the villa and practiced their martial arts. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong stood guard at the side. Why don't I have one? Just 4. Besides, this thing doesn't suit your attributes very well. I want it even if it doesn't suit me. You're favoring one over the other. Well, yours is with Xiang Bing. Go and eat it. Zhou Xiaoduo circled around the 4 of them, and used the sky-mending stone to nourish their bodies silently. This time, my foundation should be able to be improved, Zhuo said softly. Li Chenglong was silent for a moment before he said, Zhua, you're being so generous this time. I'm not used to it. Zhuo looked up at the sky. He let out a soft sigh. Do you know why? Why? What I'm thinking of now is the 12 great wizards and the 7 swords of the Tao League, Zhuo said lightly. I don't know what I'll think of in the future. Who knows? Li Chenglong was silent for a moment. It's really good, Li Chenglong emphasized and said from the bottom of his heart. It's really good. You sound so gay. Zhuo glared at Li Chenglong. Don't speak in such a disgusting tone in the future. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel angry. I'm really happy. How is it gay? Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. It was probably because Zhuo was so generous this time that Li Chenglong saw the embryonic form of a huge group in the future. Therefore Li Chenglong was really happy and overjoyed. He trusted Zhuo in every aspect, and was even confident in him. The only flaw was that Zhuo had a stingy character which he was worried about. Want to be the boss? Pay for the meal. This sentence seemed to be unscrupulous, but in fact, it was very reasonable. Li Chenglong was very worried about his and Zhuo's group. Perhaps when they were young, their feelings were pure, and they were happy to play together. However, as one's cultivation level increased and one's experience deepened, the so-called brotherhood spirit of youth, even if it didn't fade away, would inevitably fade away. Because at this time, everyone would have to shoulder a lot of burdens. Whether it was their family, or their wives, children, parents, relatives, old friends, classmates, or family interests. All of these were burdens. There were responsibilities and obligations. They were all burdens. At this time, what everyone was pursuing was no longer the youthful spirit of sacrificing everything for each other, but interests. The word interests was really all-encompassing. Whether it was progress, relationships, ability, future, or responsibility, everything was tied to interests. There was no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. This was a famous saying. It was probably at this time that it was the easiest time for the young Xiao group to break up. Many young brothers who had been through life and death together, when they were young became middle-aged, and the root cause was this. At a time like this, those who were loyal to each other when they were young and still worked hard together, improved together, and moved forward together, firstly, they must have a common goal and future. Secondly, the role of the leader was also very important and significant. If the leader could bring benefits to the brothers under him, he would naturally be able to make the group go far. Otherwise, everything was just a fortress on the sand, a floating foam building that would collapse. Just based on the words "you are my brother," when they were young and hot-blooded, it was absolutely impossible to last long. Therefore, many of the injuries, betrayals, and conflicts between friends happened at this time. This was also why many people sighed and said, "So-and-so has changed." But they didn't know that it might not be so-and-so who had changed. It might be that this group no longer met his needs, or was no longer in line with his interests. This saying was also unscrupulous, but it was also true. In life, everyone wanted to live for a long time, and wanted to live well. It was the instinct of survival, and the root cause was undeniable. If the small group that came together because of fate always had the same interests, it would naturally be stable for a long time, and the friendship would be everlasting. If the interests were different, the prospects were different, and there was a great disparity, the people's hearts would naturally not be united, and the friendship would not last long. Li Chenglong used to be most worried that Zhuo would be muddle-headed in this kind of matter. However, Zhuo's attitude in the face of wealth was really worrying. It was not difficult for brothers to gather together, but once they were separated, it would be impossible for them to reunite like before. But now Li Chenglong was relieved. Zhuo understood very well that this was what he was most worried about, and it changed right in front of his eyes. When Zhuo said, "I think of the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League," Li Chenglong's excitement and relief reached a certain level. He only had one feeling in his heart. It's done. The two of them chatted and laughed, and there was no grudge between them. They waited until the sky was dark before Wanli Xiao, Long Yusheng, and the others finally stopped cultivating, and their faces were all red. Wanli Xiao, Long Yusheng, and the other three, with the Xiao Lotus, had raised their cultivation to the point of breaking through to the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, it was suppressed 9 times, and they were about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. When they went back, they only needed to stabilize for 3 to 7 days, and then they could break through in one fell swoop. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. However, what really surprised Zhuo Xiaoduo was that he saw on the faces of Wanli Xiao and the others, and he saw that they were full of vigor and vitality. They had a deep foundation and a solid foundation, unlike those of his peers who had made great progress in their cultivation. These old friends of his had been cultivating, as if their lives depended on it, after they parted ways with him. Although they had made great progress in their cultivation, and were even better than their peers, they had consumed too much of their foundation. Especially Yu Moyan and Li Zhangming, who had previously used up a lot of their vitality to keep Du Guyan, and Yu Yin alive. After this golden lotus opportunity, and the nourishment of the heavenly stone, they had greatly made up for their previous losses, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Their foundation had also improved, and they had already surpassed the original level of a genius. Even if they were not at the level of a peerless genius, they were not far from it. After the few of them stood up, they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong, and they all rushed over with cheers. They hugged and slapped the two of them, and even Wanli Xiao did not avoid suspicion. Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Our friendship is one thing, but owing a debt is another. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. When you go back, all of you have to work hard to earn money for me. If you dare to forget to pay your debt, I will chase you to your home to ask for it. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled in pain, and he kept muttering, I will pay you back in this life. The 4 of them laughed. That night, everyone had a big meal. Zhuo Xiaoyan knew that this was Zhuo Xiaoduo's old team, so she did not participate. Chapter 826. After eating, Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiao left first. They had to rush back to Yunduan High School. They said that they could break through to the cloud transformation realm at any time. After all, they still needed to break through and consolidate their foundation. Goodbye, it should be on the battlefield. Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiao stood side by side. Zhuo Xiaoduo carefully looked at their faces. These two people were not dangerous, so he nodded and smiled. Then let's meet on the battlefield. Be there or be square. He waved his hand and threw a ring to Wanli Xiao. This is your wedding gift. I've given it in advance. Don't ask for red packets later. Wanli Xiao caught it and said with a red face, How can you give it in advance? When the time comes, I'll make it up. If not, I'll scold you in the newspaper. Oh my God. No way so cruel? Ha ha ha. Let's go. The two waved and left. Li Zhangming also wanted to go back to Dragon Soul High School, but Yu Yin Air seemed to be disappointed. Don't worry. I'll take care of your wife for you. Don't worry about me. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and started to play dirty again. Yu Yin Air's face was red, but she did not refute. Li Zhangming was also embarrassed and did not say anything for a long time. However, the layer of window paper between the two of them was finally pierced by Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. When Li Zhangming left, he was relaxed and happy. Zhuo Xiaoduo also gave him a ring and raised his eyebrows. Li Zhangming knew that Yu Yin Air was too embarrassed to stay, and went back to school with a red face, so he followed her. On the way, Li Zhangming laughed and said, Boss gave me some benefits. Let me see what it is, and I'll give you half. Yu Yin Air blushed. I don't want it. Your boss gave it to you. What does it have to do with me? Li Zhangming said righteously, I have to be responsible for you. Bah. Yu Yin Air's face was red to the neck. Wow. Li Zhangming was shocked. So many top-quality jade of astral souls. Here. I'll give you half. Yu Moyan and Du Guyan were also preparing to return to Guangdong, but before they left, they were stopped by Zhuo Xiaoduo. The more he looked at the faces of these two people, the more confused he became. Zhuoxiaoduo's face was filled with a mixture of good fortune and misfortune, full of murderous aura. No less than 90% of the aura of death, with only a thread of life remaining. Yet this kind of face was sometimes absent, sometimes not, sometimes not. Unexpectedly, it was difficult for Zhuoxiaoduo to come to a conclusion, unable to give a method to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. Wait, I have something for you. Zhuoxiaoduo took out the void transformation stone and gave it to Yu Moyan. This thing. He sent a voice transmission to Yu Moyan, even telling him what he had to pay attention to. Such a rare treasure? Yu Moyan's eyes lit up. To Yu Moyan, this stone was simply a supreme treasure that was made for him. What Yu Moyan needed the most now was this kind of treasure. To be honest, once Yu Moyan broke through to the cloud transformation realm, with this stone, his battle strength would be comparable to a refined profound realm expert. Be careful on your way back. Zhuoxiaoduo reminded him seriously. You and your wife have been added to the group, no matter if it's you or her. You have to send me a message every 2 days, don't forget. Yu Moyan took a deep breath. Zhuo, is something going to happen to us? It was not that Yu Moyan was overly sensitive. It was just that Zhuoxiaoduo's previous examples of spirit techniques were too shocking. As for the people around him, such as Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan, they had long believed in Zhuoxiaoduo. Now that Zhuoxiaoduo had given him such a rare treasure, how could they not know that there was a problem with their own situation? Zhuoxiaoduo said in distress. This time, it's hard for me to see through good fortune and misfortune, so I can't give you any advice on how to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. All in all, for now, everything should be safe. Your faces are constantly changing. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. So if you encounter anything in the future, or if Sister Yinner encounters anything, tell me in the group immediately. Yu Moyan nodded solemnly. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, take this ring. Hurry up and improve your cultivation. Okay. After saying that, Yu Moyan left with Duge Yinner. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed softly. Even with a rare treasure like the void transformation stone, Yu Moyan and Duge Yinner's faces did not change at all. It was clear that what would happen next was unpredictable, and it was beyond his ability to deal with. Li Chenglong stood beside Zhuoxiaoduo, looking at Yu Moyan and Duge Yinner's backs as they disappeared into the darkness, and said, You can tell that something is going to happen? Zhuoxiaoduo did not smile cheekily, which was rare. He said solemnly, I hope it won't happen. Li Chenglong was shocked to see Zhuoxiaoduo's solemn face for the first time. He frowned and said, Then I'll have to make some preparations in advance. What can you do? Zhuoxiaoduo was surprised when he heard that. Even his time-tested supernatural power had failed this time. Li Chenglong was knowledgeable and wise, but what could he do in this aspect? What could he do? Boss, have you forgotten about our company? Li Chenglong was even more surprised. With the strength of those reporters, aren't they the best spies to find out what's going on? That's right, that's right. Make the arrangements as soon as possible. You've woken me up from my dream. We still have such excellent resources in our hands. Why don't we use them? Understood. When they returned to the villa, Zhuoxiaoduo saw that the light in Zhuoxiaoyan's room was still on. He said, I'll go up and take a look. Li Chenglong nodded and said, Zhuo, when you have time, I'd like to discuss something with you. Li Chenglong's face was solemn. Zhuoxiaoduo frowned and said, Which aspect? Li Chenglong pondered for a moment and said, Many aspects, including the future and the candidates. Zhuoxiaoduo hesitated and said, Isn't it a bit early to talk about this now? It's not early, Li Chenglong said. After this experience in the secret place, our strength has taken shape. Next, we should enter the screening process. The sooner we get rid of the weeds and retain the good, the better for the future. Zhuoxiaoduo was confused when he heard that. He scratched his head and said, I know, but let me think about it more clearly first. Li Chenglong said, Okay. Zhuoxiaoduo went up. Li Chenglong also returned to his room. After this experience, everyone had made some progress. However, after making progress, they still needed to settle down for a while before they could break through to the cloud transformation realm. At this juncture, they needed a buffer. It was not advisable to break through immediately when they were too tired. During this buffer period, they could sort out all kinds of things. As soon as Li Qinglong returned to his room and turned on the computer, he saw a lot of messages from Zhuoxuai's company. The series of movies and TV series about Principal Shi Yinfeng had been filmed. They asked about the final broadcast. Li Qinglong replied, "You make all the decisions. Unless the company is in a life and death situation, you don't have to ask for permission." The other side replied, "Understood." Then Li Qinglong began to list the names of the people. He understood Zhuoxiao's meaning. Although Zhuoxiaoduo had realized that it would be a huge group of interests in the future, Zhuoxiaoduo did not have the confidence to lead this team well. Therefore, Zhuoxiaoduo also needed to think calmly. But Li Qinglong was different. Li Qinglong knew that no matter what Zhuoxiaoduo thought, this group had now taken shape. Whether Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to be the boss or not, the formation of this group would not be swayed by the boss's will. If it was done, it was done. This point was similar to the emperor's robe. When the brothers worked together to support you, you had no choice but to walk down this path as the boss. If you didn't take this path, the stars and clouds would disperse. If you took this path, there was a possibility of creating a legend. Would you take it or not? This was like many people who started a big business. When they had a certain amount of money, anyone would feel that if they took a step back, it would be enough for the rest of their lives. But could you take a step back? Li Qinglong slowly wrote down the names one by one. He wrote very slowly. For every name he wrote, he thought for a long time. Even if the group took shape, Zhuoxiaoduo would only be the boss and the spiritual leader. And the one who did the work would always be Li Qinglong. Li Qinglong understood this very clearly. "I'm just a fucking butler." The names appeared one by one on the white paper. Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu Yumoyan Li Changming Gao Qiao Xiang Chongda. When he saw Gao Qiao's name, Li Qinglong could not help but sigh. It had to be said that as time passed, Gao Qiao's weight in the group became more and more important. This woman was really too smart. Moreover, she was not ambitious and knew her own limits. Such a person was exactly what the group needed. In fact, she was indispensable. If she was ambitious or did not know her own limits, then he would have to think of a way to get rid of her. Fortunately, he was smart enough. "Meng Zhongjun, can I use it?" Li Qinglong frowned. Then he began to issue tasks. Investigate the family background, social relationships, and the history of the rise of each of his classmates. "This job is not easy. I'm really looking for work for myself. I'm asking for trouble." Li Qinglong sighed as he did it with great interest. He was enjoying it. He sighed, but in fact when he did this work, it was really full of fun and boundless joy. From all the clues, I find what I need the most, and then restore the truth of many things. This is the most fun and most fulfilling thing. Although the process is boring, moving forward step by step and deciphering little by little, every discovery is an accumulation of a sense of accomplishment and a superimposition of surprises. Li Qinglong began to work. Zhuoxiaoduo went upstairs. Zhuo Xiaonian was frowning in the room. She was worried and looked restless. "Nian Mao. Hee. Zhuoxiaoduo came over with a drooling face. "Stop fooling around." Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and said, "I sent a message to Mom and Dad, but they haven't replied yet. They can't get through when I called them. They didn't respond when I sent a video call." Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. "I immediately sent a message to Mom and Dad after I came out. Let me see." He took out his phone and looked at it. He could not help but cry. They didn't reply. How could this be? Chapter 827. Unwilling to give up, the two of them dialed frantically, but still couldn't get through. Then, Zhuoxiaoduo went online, found his parents' email, and tried all kinds of ways to contact them. However, after a long while there was still no reply. At this moment both of them panicked. Zhuo Xiaonian was even more flustered. She said, "How about we go back and have a look? But Mom and Dad won't let us." "Gosh, do you know what time it is? Why are you still listening to them?" Zhuoxiaoduo waved his hand. "If they don't send us any news, I'm the head of the family now. You have to listen to me. Let's go back and have a look." "All right." Zhuo Xiaonian rose to her feet without another word. Subconsciously, she wanted to go back, but she needed someone to make the decision for her. Now that Zhuoxiaoduo had said that, Zhuo Xiaonian felt that she should go back. If mom and dad got angry, they would beat the dog first, not her. At that thought, she felt relieved and her mind was clear. Putting that thought into action, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian took to the air and flew back to Phoenix City. More than a month ago, after Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding returned to Phoenix City, they searched the area around King Qi's tomb again, and finally confirmed that there was nothing there. Back at home, the couple no longer had anything to worry about. They calmed down and prepared for the breakthrough. Everything was going according to plan now, but they still felt that there was something left undone. Hence, they put it off for a few more days. Finally, one day, they were struck by a sudden burst of inspiration. They could clearly sense a boundless fortune descending from the heavens and filling their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the heavens. What the two of them didn't know was that Zhuo Xiaonian had received a huge benefit and was returning a portion of his fortune to them. But this was the best time. The husband and wife immediately returned to the old residence of the Phoenix Dance home and went into seclusion. They let go of all their suppression and entered their own heart to comprehend. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in the instant he felt all the spiritual cavities in his body open. An even more powerful aura descended from the sky, as if it was born from nowhere. Zhuoxiaoduo's luck naturally wouldn't come for no reason. It was because Zhuoxiaoduo had come out of the chaos space. After that, the two of them received another massive influx of fortune energy, and they felt as if their spiritual platforms had become extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through to the return to void stage. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Without any superfluous words, their souls left their bodies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining two bodies remained in the room. They were lifelike, as if they were in a deep sleep. However, every inch of their skin was emitting specks of light. Gradually, the two bodies turned into nothingness. The doors and windows of the rooms were all sealed, and all the changes were carried out in silence. Only that ultimate life energy was leaking out bit by bit. Everyone in Feng Wu's residential area felt that their bodies and minds were at peace. Their spirits were refreshed, and all kinds of diseases were gone. They were in high spirits. A large number of specks of light were still floating around in the room. With a whoosh, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian landed on the ground and rushed upstairs like whirlwinds. They took out their keys and opened the door. As soon as they entered the neighborhood, they sensed the unusual atmosphere around them and rushed over, as if they had lost their minds. With a click, the door opened. Mom, Dad, Mom. They rushed through the door like a gust of wind, hoping to see the figures they had been praying for. However, all they saw was the dense light specks of life in the air. As soon as they entered, they seemed to have found their target and scrambled to gather around them. The two of them could clearly sense that every speck of light was their parents' love for them. The two of them, who had benefited greatly from this scene, didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they were overwhelmed by boundless fear. Dad, Mother! Zhuo Xiaonian screamed as tears streamed down his face. She was about to rush into her parents' bedroom. Wait, Sister Nian, look over there. Zhuoxiaoduo, whose eyes were also red, stopped Zhuo Xiaonian. He pointed at the wall opposite them. There was a piece of calligraphy on the wall. It was written by Zhuo Changlu. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Don't cry if you don't hear from me for 3 months. The large exclamation mark at the end was especially harsh. The two of them felt as if Zhuo Changlu was standing in front of them and scolding them. Zhuo Xiaonian was terrified and hid behind Zhuoxiaoduo. She sniffled and muttered, Dad, I'm not crying. Zhuoxiaoduo coughed and said, I'm not crying either. After that, the two of them came to their senses. Zhuo Xiaonian walked around the room with red eyes and pouted. She tiptoed to open the door of her parents' bedroom and her father's study. She was lost in thought. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as before they left home, except for a letter on the desk. Open it, Zhuoxiaoduo said. You should open it. Zhuo Xiaonian sniffled and said, I'll read it from behind you. How dare you? You're my daughter. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted in disdain, but in reality, his fingers were also trembling. He was afraid that if he opened it, it would be a farewell letter. The trees were silent, waiting for the rain to come. The letter was opened in the end. All they could see was Zhuo Changlu's handwriting. The first sentence made Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan laugh at the same time. Look at the two of you. You don't look like my son or daughter. I've installed several cameras in our house. There are cameras in the living room, the hall, the dining room, the bedroom, and the study. You're not allowed to break them. When I come back, whoever cries will be beaten up. If one of the cameras is broken, both of you will be beaten up together. After reading the first two sentences, the two of them felt completely at ease. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head and said, "You're crying." "I'm not crying." Zhuo Xiaoyan refused to admit it. "You were crying just now," Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly. "I'm not." Zhuo Xiaoyan refused to admit it. "Anyway, we've been recorded. I won't be the one getting beaten up." Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and became more and more high-spirited. "Look for it and break it," Zhuo Xiaoyan said guiltily, instigating Zhuo Xiaoduo. "What? You want me to break it? Do you think I'm stupid? You should be the one breaking it. Actually, I found it when I came in, but I can point you in the direction." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Look, it's right there." "I'm not going." Zhuo Xiaoyan shook her head fiercely. "I'm not that stupid. Anyway, when I get beaten up, you have to take it for me." Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted. "I can help you break it, but there's a condition." Zhuo Xiaoduo smirked. His scheme had succeeded. "What condition?" "Let me touch it." "Fuck off, read the letter." Zhuo Xiaoyan twisted Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear and blushed. "Bastard Xiaoduo, did you forget that there's a camera here? You're so flirtatious." Oh. We'll talk about it when we get back." Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly read the letter. "I knew you two would come back. You're really disobedient. You're asking for a beating. We left this time to return to our original bodies. Of course, we won't see you for a while. Your mother and my phone numbers have been saved. Once we recover, we'll use our original numbers to send you a message. Don't worry, we'll contact you as soon as possible. Now go back to school. Nothing will be done at home. Everything will go on as usual. We're not dead. There's no need for you two to come back and cry. Why are you so depressed? Your mother said that she wouldn't die if she couldn't have a grandson. Go play, you two. Xiaoduo, remember what your mother said. Don't bully Xiaonian." The letter was very short. There were only a few lines in total. It took only a few glances to finish reading it. Zhuo Xiaoduo ignored the last sentence. He turned to Zhuo Xiaoyan and said, "Look, Mom wants a grandson. This should be her biggest wish." Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and said angrily, "Dad and Mom said you're not allowed to bully me. Why are you still flirting with me?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "How can this be considered bullying? We're both happy about it. How can this be considered bullying? This is helping Mom fulfill her wish. Our feelings are just along the way. Why don't you understand this?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She turned her head away and ignored him. He went to look for cameras everywhere. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoyan ran in with a pale face. She pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, Duo, let's go." "What's wrong? It's not easy to come home. Don't you want to stay for the night?" Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously. Dad and Mom installed cameras in every room, including the bathroom and the balcony. Zhuo Xiaoyan was frightened. "I looked around. There are more than 40 of them. There's a note on each of them." "What does it say?" "On each of them it says don't move." "I've been holding my breath for a long time, but I don't dare to move." Zhuo Xiaoyan's scalp tingled. There were more than 40 cameras in such a big place. Her parents were really generous. Fortunately, she didn't promise the dog anything. If she relaxed after entering the house, she would be kissed and touched by the dog. When her parents came back, wouldn't she be embarrassed? "Let's go." Staying here. He always felt like he was being spied on. Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt his scalp tingling. Dad and Mom are treating us like foreign spies. More than 40 cameras, oh my God. It's all your fault. You ruined my image as a good girl. How are you going to compensate me? Zhuo Xiaoyan bit her lip. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt like a big black pot fell from the sky. He said, feeling wronged. "How can you blame me? Every time we kissed, you were also very..." "Stop talking." She covered Zhuo Xiaoduo's mouth. Zhuo Xiaoyan was burning up. There are cameras. You idiot. Woo-woo. Zhou Xiaoduo almost rolled his eyes. Elbow, Brother Ming's elbow is really good. With his mouth covered, he mumbled. Let's go quickly. The two of them quietly closed the door of their parents' bedroom and tiptoed out just like before. They really looked like thieves. As soon as they reached the living room, they unexpectedly let out a scream at the same time. There was a piece of paper stuck on the door of the house. You're not staying for the night. Chapter 828. Don't you want to stay for one more night? That was what was written on the paper. There was even a smiley face at the end. The two of them were probably too concerned about the life and death of their parents when they came in, so they didn't notice such an obvious detail until they were about to go out. The two of them screamed and rushed out of the door. They rushed all the way downstairs and found that each other's faces were still green with anxiety. If anything happens to us, it must be because we were scared by our parents. They're playing us to death. Zhou Xiaoduo was very resentful. Are there any parents like them? They're simply irresponsible. Let's go quickly. Who knows if there are surveillance cameras outside? The way they do things is too unconventional. It's not enough to describe them as unscrupulous. Zhou Xiaoyan pulled Zhou Xiaoduo. Her heart was still pounding from the fright, and she still hadn't recovered from it. She hurriedly rushed out of the house. She didn't have the slightest bit of worry on this trip back. Zhou Chonglu and his wife used practical actions to completely dispel the last of their children's worries. Now not only were they not worried, but they were also full of resentment. Do you want to wait until Mom and Dad call and don't answer it? Zhou Xiaoduo suggested. Zhou Xiaoyan bit her lip and thought for a while, then said, Okay, don't answer it then. I'll answer it. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to say anything. Sister, you're really my sister. Do you want Mom and Dad to beat me to death? The two of them flew all the way back to the villa in Fenghai City. They finally felt safe. I'm scared. Mom and Dad scared me to death. Zhou Xiaoyan patted her chest, still scared. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Zhou Xiaoyan's big breasts that were trembling like jelly. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said eagerly, Are you scared? I'll help you soothe your breathing right now. She reached out her hand to slap him. Falling onto the bed with a bang, Zhou Xiaoyan flipped over and sat on top of Zhou Xiaoduo's body, holding down both of his hands tightly, and said fiercely, Bastard, you really don't forget to take advantage of me, and never forget to set me up. Then they would abuse her. It was obvious that he had just been frightened, and now he urgently needed to beat up the puppy to calm himself down. Mercy. Zhou Xiaoduo desperately begged for mercy. He tried to turn over, but his hands were firmly pressed behind his head. His body was completely controlled, and he couldn't move at all. He struggled like this for a long time, but to no avail. Suddenly he laughed. The more he laughed, the happier he became. What are you laughing at? Zhou Xiaoyan, who had the upper hand, could not help but feel suspicious. I'm thinking. Aha. Nian cat. You're acting like a pervert raping a girl on the wall. You're just short of telling me to stop screaming. It's useless even if I scream myself hoarse. Zhou Xiaoduo had completely given up on resisting. Pervert. Zhou Xiaoyan blushed and jumped up, but Zhou Xiaoduo hugged her thigh and said, Don't go. You haven't finished the process. I want the pervert to finish the whole process. I want more. If this was seen by others, Zhou Xiaoduo's image would be ruined. Even though he didn't have any image to speak of. Let go of me. But Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't let go. He climbed up Zhou Xiaoyan's thigh like he was climbing a tree. His whole body hung onto Zhou Xiaoyan's body. Then with a plop, the two fell onto the bed at the same time. However, this time, the offensive and defensive positions had changed. Zhou Xiaoyan tried her best to resist. Although her cultivation level was much higher than Zhou Xiaoduo's, she still could not withstand Zhou Xiaoduo's intensive attacks. Finally, all her resistance was destroyed. A warm mouth kissed her. After a long time. Zhou Xiaoduo walked out of the room with satisfaction, leaving Zhou Xiaoyan lying on the bed panting. Luckily, she managed to hold on, and was only kissed a few times, that it seemed that it was not a big deal. She grabbed her phone and started to shop crazily. Bastard! Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? See if I don't spend all your money. The several shopping carts that had accumulated before were all emptied. However, when she looked at the balance of her account, she did not even spend a fraction of the money. She pouted and said with a red face, Xiao Duo, he always bullies me. What should I do? He's too rich now. I can't spend it all no matter how I spend it. This was the most effective tactic in the past, but it's useless now. Ice Spirit emerged from the sword and looked at her suspiciously. But I felt that you were enjoying it very much just now. You. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was burning. She glared at Xiao Duo fiercely. Xiao Duo was confused and said, Isn't that so? Your cultivation is much higher than his. How could he bully you? You were the one who wanted it. Did I say anything wrong? Did I? I didn't want it. I didn't want it. Zhuo Xiaoyan threw a tantrum. You wanted it. You obviously wanted it. You were very welcome. Xiao Duo was very straightforward. You. Zhuo Xiaoyan threw herself on the bed and said angrily. Anyway, I won't let him get what he wants so easily. Xiao Duo rolled her eyes. She said it as if she was very persistent, that if Xiao Duo didn't give up just now, you would be, too lazy to talk about it. She went back into the Spirit Snatcher sword. This kind of thing was so boring that Xiao Duo was really not much. How could he have the same name as her? That was too low for her. That's when Xiao Duo ran to Grandma Sher's side. Grandma Sher was making dumplings. She didn't raise her head and said, Ask your wife to come over and eat dumplings later. You're alone, so I won't entertain you. Okay. So Xiao Duo agreed obediently. What's the matter, you macaque? Grandma Sher glanced at him. Hee, I saw that you were working hard, so I came to massage your shoulders. So Xiao Duo rubbed her shoulders attentively. If you have something to say, just say it. Grandma Sher was obviously enjoying it, but she pretended to be impatient. It's like this. In the ruins this time, I found a Astral Soul's jade mine, so I dug it up. I was lucky enough to dig out the best quality Astral Soul's jade. There were other things inside the best quality Astral Soul's jade. I guessed that these were things that would be helpful to Principal Yi and the others. So I kept them for myself. So Xiao Duo was worried about something else. I just wanted to let you see if they were really Astral Soul's jade. They were the Earth's core Astral Soul's jade that could help Principal Yi and the others heal. Grandma Sher was shocked when she heard this. She immediately glared at him. Lower your voice. Say it through telepathy. Then she scolded him through telepathy. You really don't know what's good for you. Ruins have always belonged to the entire human race. This is common knowledge. No matter what your status is, you can't violate it. You actually dared to keep them for yourself. If this is discovered, your life will be over. She was distressed, angry, and pitiful. This child, under such circumstances, was still thinking about Yi Chongqing and the others' old injuries. He was willing to take such a huge risk. It was not taboo to commit such a crime. She tapped Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead with her finger, causing Zhuo Xiaoduo to stagger. You actually dared to keep such a big thing for yourself. Keep. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. After a long while, Grandma Sher finally suppressed the shock in her heart and said, Where are the things? Take them out and let me see. Here. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out 2 types of stones below the supreme grade purple crystal. One was light purple, and the other was dark purple. Grandma Sher's expression changed immediately. She took out the smallest of the 2, a light purple stone that was about the size of a basketball. She said hurriedly, Keep the others quickly. Don't take them out again. Oh, okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo put it away with a puzzled heart. This is the Star Jade Core. Grandma Sher held the light purple stone in her hand and said, Just this Earth's core Astral Soul's jade is enough for all of them to recover. Then the others. Keep the others for yourself. Don't let anyone know. Those are the higher grade Earth's core Astral Soul's jade. I have never seen them before. They are beyond my knowledge. The only thing I know is that they are 1 grade higher than the Earth's core Astral Soul's jade. Or more than 1 grade. Grandma Sher said sorrowfully. The reason why she was able to determine what kind of geocentric star soul jade was, what kind of jade was suitable for healing, and what kind of quantity it required, was because she had inquired about it countless times in order to heal Shi Yunfeng's damaged origin. Now she had the Star Jade Core. But sure Yinfeng would never be here again. However, Grandma Sure quickly gathered her emotions and said, "These old things have really profited greatly by taking you in as a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy. These old things are all eating and taking from the students. They don't know shame at all. They are not worthy of being a teacher. How can they be worthy of being a teacher?" Zhou Xiaoduo didn't dare to reply. He just laughed. Grandma Sure complained for a while and chased Zhou Xiaoduo away. "Go back. Leave this matter to me. Don't tell me you are still waiting for those old things to thank you. Remember to come and eat dumplings tonight. Bring your wife along." Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly slipped away. Grandma Sure immediately made a call and called Yi Changqing over. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter? That student of yours, Zhou Xiaoduo, helped you guys get it. Hurry up and distribute it so that everyone can recover." Grandma Sure directly threw the heart of stars over. Yi Changqing caught it and looked at it. He was shocked and his voice changed. "This is the Star Jade Core? And such a big piece. Your student has committed a big taboo for you guys," Grandma Sure said sarcastically. "He found this thing in the remains this time, and actually took the risk to hide it. Yi Changqing, you have benefited a lot from your student. If Principal Ye's selfless nature flares up and you hand this thing over, and then send your student in, it will definitely be recorded in history." Grandma Sure's words were praise on the surface, but derision on the inside. There was a hint of hypocrisy. Yi Changqing blushed with shame. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Am I, Yi Changqing, the kind of old fool who doesn't know right from wrong? Not to mention that Xiao Duo took such a big risk for this matter. Just his sincere heart." Sigh. As he spoke he sighed. "I'm really ashamed to accept it." After thinking about it, Yi Changqing was really ashamed. Chapter 829. From the supreme grade jade of astral souls to the heart of stars. He had received so many benefits from Zhou Xiaoduo, but there was nothing he could give in return. Especially the restoration of his origin. That was a huge favor. And Zhou Xiaoduo was a student in Hidden Dragon Academy. If he relaxed his requirements and let him be more carefree, it would be harming him instead. But if he continued to strictly discipline him, what was the difference between that and normal? Alright, don't put on an act. I know you're happy in your heart. Grandma Sure pursed her lips. You're good teachers. That's why students give you things and remember you. This is a kind of recognition. You don't need to give anything in return. If they really cared about your rewards, why would such a thing happen? What do you think you can give in return that's worth the heart of stars? Take it. Don't annoy me here. As for who uses it, you have the final say. Anyway, these are enough for dozens of people. Grandma Sure impatiently chased Yi Changqing away. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. He carried the heart of stars back and hid in his study room. He stared at the heart of stars in a daze, only feeling his heart was boiling. This was not the heart of stars. This was the student's recognition of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Although it sounded a little official, Yi Changqing really thought so in his heart. After so many years of hard work, although I've never asked for anything in return, I didn't expect that the rewards would be so generous. Yi Changqing's heart was filled with emotions. Without delay, he called Wen Xingtian and the others. Come over. That at night, Grandma Sure made dumplings and called Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan over for dinner. The two of them happily came. But after a few minutes, Lone Eagle, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others all came over one after another. They actually sat down at a big table, without saying anything, only coming to eat. Some words didn't need to be said anymore. Grandma Sure was very dissatisfied, but she couldn't chase them out. She angrily put down the basin and said, Are all of you here to eat for free? I don't want to serve you. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. Thus, a group of principals and teachers began to roll out the skins and fillings to make dumplings. While working, they watched the news on TV. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan also hurried over to help. Their speed was getting faster and faster. As they made the dumplings, they compared who made the best dumplings. Laughter and laughter filled the room. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly went black. Everyone was stunned. Then it turned into a white background. Then, lines of blood-red words slowly rose from the bottom of the screen. Emergency report. 10 minutes ago, at 7:10 p.m., the UMNO Alliance's army suddenly launched an all-out attack. All 8 fronts are in a state of emergency. The UMNO Alliance has mobilized a total of 15 million troops to invade. Currently, the border is already in a bitter struggle. The UMNO Alliance's slogan, "Destroy the astral souls in one battle." At the front of the Sun Moon Pass, the Heavenly King Pass has fallen. The entire Heavenly King City has been turned into ruins. None of the 30,000 soldiers guarding the Heavenly King Pass survived. The final battle between the UMNO Alliance and the astral souls has begun today. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely solemn. Everyone, whether it was Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Zhuo Xiaoduo, or Zhuo Xiaonian, were inexplicably shocked. Their mouths were open, but they couldn't say anything for a long time. This message, in blood-red words, scrolled 3 times before the screen returned to normal. However, it had become a scene of fierce battle at the front line. It was obviously filmed from a high altitude. On the vast ground below, countless soldiers were fighting, and their shouts were earth-shattering. When the screen zoomed in, one could see that the battlefield was already littered with corpses. There were soldiers of the UMNO Alliance, and there were also soldiers of the astral souls. They were quietly lying on the ground. From time to time, they were helplessly lifted up by the strong winds of the battle, and rolled around helplessly one by one. Human heads rolled helplessly on the battlefield amidst the strong winds. Blood spurted high into the sky. The ground had already turned into a bloody mess. The caption slowly appeared. According to intelligence, the UMNO Alliance is currently recruiting soldiers. The follow-up troops of the UMNO Alliance are already on their way. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. Perhaps this is the final battle of the astral souls. We are not sure if we can win this battle, and we are also not sure how long this battle will last. Right now, we can only report this news. Also, on behalf of the soldiers who died protecting the continent, I would like to ask, is there anyone in the astral souls who is willing to avenge me? Are the people of the astral souls still hot-blooded? The minister's order to conscript the entire nation is still being carried out in full swing. At this moment of life and death, let us fight. After hearing this news, the entire continent was silent, shocked. No one would have thought that the war between the two worlds would break out just like that. And at such a delicate moment. And once it broke out, it was so tragic and spread across such a vast area. Battles were everywhere in the 10,000 miles of defense line. War of life and death. The final battle of the continent. Yi Changqing's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were staring blankly. It has broken out. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were also shocked by this sudden change. Although the two siblings' cultivation levels were not bad, and they had considerable experience, and their hands were stained with blood, they had never really been on the battlefield. At this moment, watching the real battle scene on the television, the two of them could feel the bitterness of the battle. It was an extreme bitterness that would not appear in any Jianghu battle or any sparring session. As the camera panned higher and higher, the scene was still full. In the distance, the UMNO Alliance's army was rushing over, and here, the warriors of the astral souls were rushing over. In the sky, the experts of the UMNO Alliance were rushing over, and here, there were also countless warriors of the astral souls rushing over. It was like two huge waves colliding with each other, and after the collision, the entire wave turned into countless water droplets. Countless lives were lost in a single collision. In the distance, the UMNO Alliance's army was endless. More and more corpses fell on the battlefield. In just a minute or two, there were already people fighting over a thick layer of corpses. There were corpses of enemies, and there were also corpses of comrades. A strong wind collided, and both sides spat out blood at the same time. The corpses on the ground were no longer able to resist, and they were all torn apart by the strong force. Without the protection of the true inner force, the corpses were naturally unable to resist the impact of the strong cultivator's attacks. No wonder. Teacher Yu Jiwen had said repeatedly that those who could leave their corpses intact on the battlefield and leave their names on the memorial monument were extremely lucky. Zuoshaoduo looked at the scene and only felt dry in his throat. In such a chaotic battle between armies, it was practically impossible to preserve a complete corpse in the end. The Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance's army were doing the same thing as they fought. Whenever they had the time, they would reach out and tear off the collars and badges of the corpses on the ground. Both sides only took the badges from their own side. This was because the badges had the names of the dead comrades. Even though they were fighting and risking their lives, both sides still had a scruple. When killing each other, they would try not to damage each other's badges if they could, so as to leave a chance for future generations to commemorate them. This was the last mutual respect between soldiers. Therefore, those who did not have any scruples and directly destroyed the badges of the other side would be immediately attacked by the other side, regardless of the cost. This was the strategy of exchanging lives with the tide of people. Even if they had to sacrifice more lives, they had to kill this person. No matter how you had no choice but to destroy the badges of the other side, the result would be the same. However, after we killed you, we would keep your badges. This was the difference in nature, the fundamental difference. When Zuoshaoduo saw this, he realized that he wasn't the only one who had realized this. Everyone who was watching this battle could see this realization. It was so obvious without any concealment. There were constantly people who were shining with brilliance, shouting their names, and jumping into the dense crowd of enemies to self-destruct. Before they died, they shouted their names for their comrades to hear. "Don't forget to burn incense for me." At this moment, the whole continent was silent. Countless people were shedding tears as they watched this scene quietly. On the battlefield of blood and fire, in the battle of life and death, it was this kind of detail that made people realize something. However, this detail was so touching. Our soldiers are fighting, sacrificing themselves, charging forward and falling down. On the television, the host's voice was sorrowful. They are waiting for our reinforcements. They need our help. This continent needs us to protect it together. In the autumn of life and death, the war of the destruction of the country has begun. Let's take action. Then, the scene changed abruptly, turning to the endless group of tombstones behind the Sun-Moon Pass. It was neat and tidy, like a military formation that was ready to go. Tombstones stood there silently. All the tombstones were neatly facing the inside of the pass. Countless heroic spirits were silently watching the continent that they had used their lives to protect. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right will speak to the people of the continent. The scene changed, and the Heavenly King of the Right was dressed in martial attire. His body was straight, and his face was solemn and mighty. Standing on the rostrum, he was like a lofty mountain, immovable and unshakable. Even though they were still separated by a screen, everyone on the other side of the screen felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if this glance from the other side had seen into their hearts. The Heavenly King of the Right said in a deep voice, "We will not retreat from this battle. We will not surrender. We will not admit defeat. Even if there is only one soldier left, this continent will still belong to the Astral Souls. I will only say one thing. Fight to the death." When he said the last 4 words, the Heavenly King of the Right's gaze pierced through the screen like a sharp arrow, piercing into everyone's faces and hearts. Fight to the death. The whole continent was filled with roars like a tsunami. All the people of the Astral Souls continent were boiling with passion at this moment. Chapter 830. All the government departments in various places were suddenly filled with people. There was no call, no request, but everyone took the initiative to donate money and things generously. The recruitment offices in various places were already filled with people at the first moment. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A large group of martial artists lined up neatly, waiting for the test. As long as they passed the test, they could join the army. After a short period of military training, they would go to the front line to face the national crisis together. The Astral Souls continent was boiling. It was unprecedentedly boiling. At the same time in Fenghai City, there was also a roar that rose to the sky. Under such an atmosphere, after Zhou Shuai's company received instructions from the higher-ups, everyone began to work overtime. Shi Yunfeng's movies were released consecutively and released in advance. Shi Yunfeng's Young Iron Blood, Shi Yunfeng's Fierce Battle at the Sun and Moon Pass, Shi Yunfeng's Iron Blood General, Shi Yunfeng's Hero and Beauty, Shi Yunfeng's Hidden Dragon Pillar, Shi Yunfeng's Horse Cross Blade, Shi Yunfeng's Last Battle. 7 big movies, breaking the norm, were released on the big screen almost at the same time with only a small time difference. These 7 movies, with the most sincere and realistic method, with only a little artistic embellishment, showed the war scenes in front of people as real battle scenes that once released. It instantly became popular to the point where thousands of people turned out. Strictly speaking, the release strategy of Shi Yunfeng's movies could be said to be without any rules, only the word reality. However, it was this word reality that everyone wanted to see at the moment. Any so-called realistic interpretation, any large-scale blockbuster, in the end, was still more than an art of life. Compared to reality, it was always a level lower. And the Shi Yunfeng's movies were really only left with reality. The next few movies were all bloody and tragic, showing the battlefield in the most realistic scenes. Until the 5th and 6th movies, The Hidden Dragon Pillar, The Hero and Beauty, the rhythm slowed down a little, and they were fed a bunch of dog food. But they were still full of iron blood and heroines. And finally, the 7th movie, The Last Battle, caused thousands of people to be angry, and thousands of people to be angry. The story of Shi Yunfeng blowing himself up in front of the Sun-Moon Pass had already spread on the internet. Everyone knew that it was a fact. However, when the people watched the movie and saw it with their own eyes, the energy that burst out was simply earth-shattering. He was a young man from a poor family. He worked hard and cultivated diligently. Finally, he was admitted to a martial arts school and made friends with a group of like-minded friends. Then they would travel the Jianghu together. They would train together. They would catch spies. They would enforce the law. They would protect the people and ensure their safety. They would join the army even though they were weak. They would fight countless battles and have thousands of scars on their bodies. They would go back and forth between life and death. In the end, he was severely injured and could no longer continue. However, he did not forget his original intention and returned to the rear to teach and educate people. He hoped to nurture more talents and pass on the torch. Finally, he was cautious and conscientious all his life and had students all over the world. In the end, he suffered an unjust injustice. Under the slander of public opinion, such a hero was forced to die in front of the Sun-Moon Pass. What kind of tragedy was this? How sorrowful was it for a hero to shed blood and shed tears? However, what made the hero shed tears were the people he had dedicated his entire life to protect. How sorrowful was that? The anger and indignation of the people was simply tearing the liver and dripping blood. Riding on this wave, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls continent immediately came up with a method to manage online discussions. The internet must use real names. Without real name verification, no one is allowed to post information online. Every word and action must come from oneself. All consequences must be borne by oneself. If anyone steals another person's name and identity card to open an account, once verified, there is no need to have criminal evidence. You can be arrested immediately and sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. The country has spent countless resources and power to educate people all over the continent. It is not for you to invert black and white and do evil things just so you can learn a few words. Knowledge is your strength and your weapon. However, it is not something you can rely on to do evil things. It is also not something you can use to sway the people's hearts and stir up chaos in society. As for people or units who are fed by the astral souls and educated by the astral souls continent, but do things that endanger the society of the astral souls for their own personal gain, all of them will be arrested immediately. Regardless of their background, regardless of any reason, they will be sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. If there are more than 100 comments under any article that inverts black and white, and if there are more than 10,000 comments, you will be sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison. If there are more than 100,000 comments and more than 1,000 comments, you will all be sentenced to death. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. The Astral Souls continent will start a crackdown from today onwards. This crackdown includes, but is not limited to the internet and the real world. During the crackdown, severe punishments will be meted out. The crackdown will last until the end of the war, and the continent returns to its normal state. A series of regulations, mixed with a thunderous murderous aura, came out at the same time. The outbreak of the war was an opportunity. Shi Yinfeng's movie series took advantage of the outbreak of the war to hype up the atmosphere to the sky. At this time, there was no resistance to the introduction of these regulations. Even though some of the regulations were strict to a certain extent, there were almost no voices of opposition. After these regulations came out, the entire Astral Souls continent became a lot quieter. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. In wartime, severe punishments must be used. This sentence was fully reflected at this time. Because wartime was different from peacetime, there would be too many people who would go against their conscience to make money by eating human flesh and drinking the blood of human heads. However, these regulations would nip all these things in the bud. Whoever felt that they were stubborn and were not afraid of death could come and try. Usually, if they made a mistake, they would be detained. Now they would be caught with a knife. As long as the law was strict, there would not be so many people who were not afraid of death. In the past, even if the scammers were caught, they would be punished and dealt with privately. However, this time, the scammers would be dealt with directly. Do you think you know how to make money in this way? If you are so good at making money, go and earn it in the underworld. No excuses, no excuses, no excuses. In just one night, countless hooligans became good citizens. They were even more humble than good citizens. Usually they did not dare to go out. Whenever they went out, they would smile apologetically to whoever they saw. Why? Afraid of being reported? Just one report. Check it out. Damn, you have done so many things. Come. Let's see if my steel knife is hard. People like you are a hidden danger. Since someone reported you, who else would I kill if not you? There were also people who jumped out and wrote articles to criticize, saying that it was unreasonable and violated human rights. They still took him down and stabbed him in the neck. I hope you will be reincarnated into a reasonable world, full of human rights in your next life. Under such a strict system, the people of the continent of Astral Souls were united against a common enemy due to the outbreak of war. When the crisis of life and death arrived, they were truly united. Even if there were some disagreements, they were completely suppressed. No one dared to say a word. The effects of the jade of geocentric astral souls were immediate. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others recovered after a night of treatment. Furthermore, they had already accumulated their strength for many years. Once they recovered from their injuries, in the following period of time, their cultivation would explosively increase. Following their recovery from their injuries, it would allow the Hidden Dragon Martial School, which had officially begun their wartime education, to reach a higher level. However, those who had entered the Crown Prince's Academy to train did not go to school for the time being. Everyone was digesting what they had gained, and was on the verge of breaking through. Li Chenglong was the same. He was about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. So I think I will break through tonight. I need you to protect me, Li Chenglong said. Zhou Xiaoduo had said many times that he must tell him when he was about to break through. How many times did you suppress it this time? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. 11 times. Li Chenglong's expression was unchanged, but he was a little proud in his heart. The continent of geocentric astral souls had a limit of 9 times. Not only did he break this limit, he even broke through more times. This achievement was certainly worthy of pride. However, after Li Chenglong broke through the limit of 9 times, he understood Zhou Xiaoduo's realm better. I think Zhou has already broken through this limit. Otherwise he would not be so strong. Strength beyond common knowledge, of course, comes from cultivation beyond the limits of ordinary people. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and said, "Are you sure you want to break through tonight?" "Yes. Then when your qi reaches its boiling point, eat this. Zuo took out a small bottle. Inside it was a drop of 9 heaven spirit water. What is this? A treasure that can allow you to suppress it at least 2 or 3 times, Zuo said. That good? Li Chenglong was shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. Although he was knowledgeable and wise, it was the first time he had heard of such a level of 9 heaven spirit water. How could he not be shocked? It should be known that suppressing it 2 or 3 times was not a big deal. Zuo and Zuo Xiaoyan could have suppressed it 20 or 30 times. What was the point? But this was the 2 of them. Well, most readers only paid attention to the 2 of them. However, in this world, the common understanding of suppressing one's true essence to the limit of cultivation was only 9 times. Li Chenglong's 11 times of suppression was already rare and commendable. No, it should be said that it was a miracle that ordinary people could not do. If one wanted to suppress it one more time, it would be an unimaginable great opportunity. Especially for Li Chenglong, he had experienced it firsthand. With perseverance as the foundation, he had suppressed his own cultivation more than 9 times, reaching the height of 10 or 11 times. This made him realize that in the future, when he reached a higher level of cultivation and suppressed it, he could also achieve the same number of times. Because he had opened this gap, his dantian was also used to this kind of suppression. Once this opening was opened, there would be many more possibilities for his future development than it was now. Well, this was actually the root meaning of the so-called thorny road. At the beginning of cultivation, the common understanding of the thorny road was 9 times. The number of times of suppression for each level was also 9 times. This was definitely a peck. How could it not be? Chapter 831. I only have 3 drops of this. Zuo warned. Nian and I each get 1 drop. This is the last drop. You're lucky. When you go out, you need to keep your mouth shut. Even if your wife and brother-in-law want it, I don't have it. Of course. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? I don't think you are anyone. I only know that for a man who has a wife, his brother will never be as close as his wife. Zuo rolled his eyes. That's why I'm giving you a heads up. Li Chenglong smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Of course not. How can Ice Egg compare to our friendship? Ice Egg? You should get out of here as soon as possible. Okay. Li Chenglong went back to his room and worked hard to activate his primordial qi to prepare for the breakthrough. Zuo Xiaoyan also asked for her drop. She was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Now the primordial qi in her energy center was like a boiling sea, overflowing with primordial qi. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to convert all this primordial qi into ice elemental moon primordial qi, Zuo Xiaoyan would have already broken through when she was in Crown Prince Academy. Now she had reached the point where she had to suppress it. This meant that even with Zhao's help, she could no longer suppress it. It was the limit of the limit. You're taking it tonight? Zuo was delighted, but his face suddenly showed a worried expression. Why? Zuo Xiaoyan didn't suspect anything and asked in confusion. Consuming this 9 heaven spirit spring water. The risk is very high. At that time, I'm worried that. Zuo face was filled with worry. Finally, he said, there must be someone guarding by the side. Zuo was puzzled. Can't you just stand guard for me? Zuo was instantly overjoyed and said, good, but you still have to be careful. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately, or break through directly. Safety is the first priority. Zuo didn't understand, but she heard Zuo's words in her heart. She said seriously, okay. Zuo thought about it, and still felt uneasy. He said, let's go to the Tower of Annihilation to break through. In there, no one will disturb you. Zuo readily agreed. I think so too. Yes. Zuo tried to control the expression on his face. Hee. When? Zuo asked. Let's wait until after dinner. Zuo thought for a while and said, during this period of time, I will check the activity of the spiritual qi again to confirm the requirements of the Moon Sutra. It would be best if the spiritual qi has no impurities, and all of it is converted into the power of the Moon Sutra. That would be the most perfect state for the breakthrough. I always hope that the breakthrough will be completed without any impurities. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't hold back the longing in his heart, and finally showed a smile. He was afraid that Zhou Xiaoyan would find out and ruin his plan. So he quickly lowered his head and walked out. Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's back. She couldn't help but feel that the sudden smile on this guy's face was the kind of smile that couldn't be held back after his scheme succeeded. That what was the little doggy thinking about? Why was his smile so wretched? This little bastard couldn't be planning something bad in his heart, right? Zhou Xiaoyan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the problem was. She couldn't help but feel puzzled and pondered. Zhou Xiaoduo hummed a tune as he walked out of the door. He sprinted to Boss Sun's side like a wisp of smoke, and used his fastest speed to collect the large amount of Star Soul Jade powder that he had accumulated during this period of time. He then left behind a large sum of money for Boss Sun to continue collecting, and then he flew out of the city without stopping. There might be 1 or 2, but there might be 3 or 4. He wouldn't lose anything if he looked over there. Then he saw that the huge pit over there was filled with a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder, and there was a mountain of it on the ground. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't hesitate to collect more Astral Soul's jade powder, and rushed back to the villa without stopping. Zhou Xiaoyan is about to take the 9 Heavens Spirit Spring water, so I have to settle all the things at hand. After that, I won't go out no matter what. I'll wait for the moment when she takes the 9 Heavens Spirit Spring water. Her clothes will explode. She'll be naked. As he thought about it, Zhou Xiaoduo's saliva dripped into the teacup in front of him. Zhou Xiaoduo's style was at this level. It couldn't be any higher. Dinner time soon arrived. Zhou Xiaoyan personally cooked dinner, and called Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo to eat. There were only the 3 of them in the villa now, and they were busy with something at Grandma Sher's place. Li Chenglong praised as he ate. Zhou is so lucky to be able to find such a good wife like Sister Nian. I'm so envious. So delicious. So delicious. So delicious. Li Chenglong swallowed his food and drank to his heart's content. Zhou Xiaoduo just smiled reservedly at the side, eating slowly like a gentleman. As for Li Chenglong's praise, he accepted it all without hesitation. My wife is beautiful. She's beautiful, has a good figure, good skin, good temper, good cooking, good temperament, high cultivation, good aptitude, that's all. Zhou, I've taken the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring you gave me. It's really effective. Li Chenglong smiled and said gratefully, with this opportunity, I think I can suppress it for another 5 or 6 times. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly became alert. He frowned and whispered, it's good that it's effective. Now that you've just forced out the impurities, why don't you hurry up and eat? This is a critical moment. You can't be careless. Li Chenglong nodded. Yes, that's why I ate quickly. Zhou Xiaoduo was already a little restless. He urged, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I think you'd better make up for it as soon as possible. Do you have enough jade of astral souls? If you don't have enough, just say something. The danger of a fierce battle was imminent. As stingy as Zhou Xiaoduo was, he was prepared to bleed. It was obvious that he was eager to drive people away. If Li Chenglong said something wrong, what he had been looking forward to for so long would be wasted. Li Chenglong said, I think so too. Zhou Xiaoyan was finally interested. He said, Xiaolong, do you feel any discomfort after taking the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring? Zhou Xiaoduo said first, I'm the most qualified to say this. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Nothing else. Li Chenglong completely misunderstood Zhou Xiaoduo's meaning and echoed, Boss is right. Apart from the instant you consume it, your clothes will suddenly be completely destroyed by the qi energy that will burst out. There's really nothing else. Zhou Xiaoduo's face darkened. He said angrily, you're talking nonsense. How can there be such a thing? Zhou Xiaoyan frowned and said, what? My clothes will be burst. Li Chenglong panicked under Zhou Xiaoduo's murderous gaze. With his intelligence, how could he not know that he had misunderstood and delayed Zhuo's important life event? He avoided eye contact for a moment and said weakly, well, I have enough resources. I won't trouble you, boss. Ha ha ha. I'm full. Boss is right. Now is a critical time. I'll go cultivate now. It's important to strengthen the foundation. He ran away as he spoke. When he finished his last sentence, Li Chenglong was already gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo faced Zhuo Xianyan's sharp gaze and forced a smile. Li Chenglong is really a blabbermouth. How can there be such a thing? There's no such thing. Zhuo Xianyan gritted her teeth and nodded slowly. I believe you. She thought of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words about being a bodyguard. How could she not know that this guy was up to no good? Zhuo Xianyan instantly remembered the strange gaze just now. She also thought of Li Chenglong's clothes exploding and bursting when he mentioned the Jiuxiao spirit spring. If what he said was true, wouldn't everything be seen by this guy who was guarding by the side? It turned out that this little bastard had been thinking about this all along. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally she shouted, I don't believe you. Ah. She reached out and grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still trying to quibble. Zhuo Xianyan's face was frosty. Let's go into the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dragged in with a grief-stricken face. Give me the Jiuxiao spirit spring. Here. Well, come here. What? Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's grief-stricken gaze, Zhuo Xianyan directly beat him until he couldn't get up from the ground. Then, she took out the Cloud Transformation Realm monster tendons from her space ring, connected them one by one, and tied Zhuo Xiaoduo up from his shoulders. She tied him up to his ankles. The little bastard was tied up like a human stick. She tried hard and felt that even if this guy's cultivation was 10 times higher, he wouldn't be able to break free. She was relieved. Zhuo Xiaoduo cried desperately. Spare me, Sister Nian. I'll change, okay? I'll go out now. I'll go out and wait for you to finish your cultivation, okay? But how could Zhuo Xianyan trust him now? How could she let him go out? He had the final say in the Tower of Annihilation. What if he suddenly barged in at a critical moment? So it was necessary to tie him up here first. Zhuo Xianyan thought for a while, and took out a bolt of black cloth from her space ring. She cut a few strips and covered Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes with them. Layer by layer, she tied a dead knot behind his head. Even so, Zhuo Xianyan was still worried. She tied each of Zhuo Xiaoduo's fingers tightly with tiny monster tendons. So, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't even move his little finger. He couldn't even blink. But at this point, Zhuo Xianyan was still unwilling to give up. She thought for a while, and took out a large piece of barbecued meat. It was a whole pork shoulder with tendons. It weighed about 17 or 18 kilograms. She stuffed Zhuo Xiaoduo's begging mouth with it. Then, she picked him up, and threw him into the room with the jade of astral souls. She put 17 or 18 big bells on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. Chapter 832. There were also bells placed around Zhuo Xiaoduo and at the door. There were at least 300 bells placed around Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this point, Zhuo Xianyan felt relieved and walked out. She went to another jade room for astral souls. She took out a lot of astral souls' jades and started to absorb them. She slowly accumulated her spiritual energy to the peak, and reached the point of explosion, that she raised her head, and drank the 9 heavens spirit spring. In an instant there was a boom. Zhuo Xianyan finally realized that Li Chenglong was telling the truth. She fell down from the top. All her clothes, including her underwear, were shattered into pieces. Thinking of how Zhuo Xiaoduo kept saying that he would be her personal guard, Zhuo Xianyan couldn't help blushing. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. This little puppy really didn't have any good intentions. An hour later, Zhuo Xianyan completed her cultivation. She felt that she could suppress it a few more times. She took out her clothes from the ring and put them on. Then she went to the next room. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still tied up like a dumpling. He had given up struggling and was lying there straight. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and his mouth was stuffed with a 17-kilogram pork shoulder. From his posture, one could see that he had nothing left to live for. Although Zhuo Xianyan was ashamed and annoyed, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like this. She walked over and took off the pork shoulder. Then she took off the blindfold and put away all the demonic beast tendons. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still lying on the bed, motionless. He looked as if he had missed a great opportunity. Hey, get up. Get up and practice. Zhuo Xiaoduo acted as if he didn't hear her. Get up. Xiaoyan snorted. If you don't get up, I will go back to Shangjing directly after I get out. That won't do. Xiaoduo rolled and got up. No. Humph. I've suffered a great loss. Damn Li Qingwang. I've done so much for him in vain. How could he treat me like this and ruin my plan? Xiaoduo was angry and sad. He swore. This bastard and I can't live under the same sky. The plan that I've been planning for so long was completely destroyed by this guy's words. I've been so devoted to him, and I've never forgotten about him. I've always thought about him. But he betrayed me in such a serious way. I won't forgive him. Xiaoduo gritted his teeth, stomped his feet and roared angrily. His voice was filled with grief and indignation. If he missed this opportunity, the next time he wanted to feast his eyes, he would have to wait until the wedding night. That how many years and months would that take? Xiaoduo and I are irreconcilable with you. Xiaoduo wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Such a great opportunity, a heaven-sent match, was missed just like that. Xiaoyan looked at him with a faint smile on her face. She was a little proud. She wasn't angry when Xiaoduo said, the plan I've been planning for so long. She even felt a little apologetic. Xiaoyan was shocked. Shouldn't I be angry? Why am I so happy? This isn't right. Looking at Xiaoduo's depressed face, Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and hated herself for being so useless. She suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips with her flower-like lips. Is this okay? Xiaoduo was suddenly refreshed and his eyes lit up. No? What's okay? Xiaoyan said reservedly. What's okay? You have to let me kiss you. Xiaoduo was eager to give it a try. He was beaming with joy. The disappointment he felt just now was completely forgotten. Humph. Xiaoyan put her hands behind her back and turned her head away. She didn't want to look at him. Xiaoduo quietly moved closer. Xiaoyan's face was getting redder and redder, but she resisted the urge to move. Finally he hugged her and then, oh, I didn't agree. Just when the two of them were inseparable, a heat wave suddenly hit them. Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan were shocked. How could there be an attack in the Tower of Annihilation? This was too strange. The two of them quickly separated and looked around. However, they didn't find anything. The heat wave was getting hotter and hotter, and they couldn't stand it anymore. Even though Xiaoduo used the flaming sun scripture to absorb as much as he could, the heat didn't decrease at all. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. One had to know that Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The heat emitted by the heart of the sun was no longer enough for Xiaoduo to absorb. So where did this sudden heat come from? Why was it so overbearing? What's that? Xiaoyan's sharp eyes pointed to the other side. Xiaoduo looked over and saw a bird's nest made of cotton next to the heart of the sun. At this moment, the bird's nest had already turned into ashes. There was a red egg floating in the air. Below this egg were 5 other broken eggshells. However, there was nothing in the broken eggshells. The remaining egg floated in the air and shone brightly. It was like the sun, emitting thousands of rays of light. Xiaoduo turned to look. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is my divine beast egg going to hatch? Divine beast egg? Xiaoyan didn't understand. There were a total of 6 divine beast eggs in the trial space this time. From the looks of it, only one can hatch. Xiaoduo's eyes lit up as he muttered. The egg was already black back then. I didn't have much hope. Although only one can hatch now, it's still better than nothing. Furthermore, just by looking at this posture, it might be extraordinary. Xiaoyan couldn't help but look over curiously when she heard Xiaoduo's words. A layer of frost appeared around her, protecting her body. Endless steam rose from her body. Although the heat was scorching, it didn't have any effect on her. The divine beast egg in the air was still spinning. A strange fragrance suddenly spread out and filled the entire space, that then crack. It was a slight cracking sound. Xiaoduo and Xiaoyan couldn't help but look over. He saw that the egg in the air had really cracked open a small crack. From the crack, a flame suddenly spurted out. These flames were blazing white in color, and they were filled with extreme fire elemental energy. Xiaoduo was excited to see it. He was about to use his energy to absorb it to strengthen his body. but the flame suddenly retracted. Then, the whole egg kept making cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, it was full of cracks and was about to shatter. After a series of small duck 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 duck, duck 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 sounds, the egg gently fell to the ground. The duck 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 sound kept ringing. A black gas kept coming out of the crack, full of a demonic atmosphere. As soon as it came out, it would immediately dissipate with the wind. Finally, duck. There was a sound. A small black tip suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg, and then retracted. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes widened. Is that a bird-type demonic beast? Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. A flying mythical beast. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already begun to imagine. If it was really a flying mythical beast. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of excitement. Duck. The mythical beast that had suddenly appeared was still pecking at the eggshell. One could imagine how eager it was to get out of the egg. The two of them held their breaths and stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They could only watch. This mythical beast had to be done by itself. If an outsider forcibly peeled off the eggshell, it was likely to cause a defect in the mythical beast's life. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The joy on Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan's faces became even more intense. This mythical beast was very energetic. Go over there quickly. I heard that the first person this mythical beast sees, when it comes out, is its master. It will instinctively think that the master is its mother. It will be very beneficial for taming and training in the future. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed Zhuo Xiaoduo. You should be the mother. I don't want to be a mother. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him over. I already have one. You already have one? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. I haven't even done anything yet. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly admitted defeat. Duck. The little yellow beak was like a phantom as it attacked continuously, pecking the eggshell until it was broken into pieces. Finally, with a crisp sound, a small yellow head popped out of the eggshell along with the soft sound. Its round eyes were filled with infinite ignorance and curiosity as it stared at the outside world. It was as if a little bird's head had grown out of the eggshell. It was very cute. Zhuo Xiaoduo went up to it and tried to pretend to be amiable. He smiled and said, "Hello." The little head was startled, and it quickly shrank back into its original position. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. After a while, the little head popped out again and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo in confusion. Gradually, a look of affection and dependence appeared in its eyes. Its round little eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Slowly, affection, trust, dependence. All these positive emotions appeared in Zhao's eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. It's done. Zhuo Xiaoyan urged. Hurry up and let it recognize you as its master. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo drew a pattern in the air with his finger and filled it with spiritual energy. Then he bit his middle finger and pointed at the center. Then, the circle of light shrank and entered the little head. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he seemed to have formed a weak connection with a weak and young soul. He could order this little guy to do anything. After confirming this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It had just broken out of the eggshell, and there was such a clear connection. It seemed that this little guy was really not simple. Gee! The little head opened its mouth and called out in a childish manner. Gee! Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively felt that something was wrong. This can't be a little chick, right? Chapter 833. The little head chirped happily, shook its head, and then happily pecked at the eggshell next to it. Finally, with a crack, the eggshell split into two halves. A soft yellow, furry little cutie appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Gee! Two soft yellow wings with milk hair flapped, and it chirped affectionately at Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. When he saw the little guy in front of him, he immediately collapsed. This was obviously a little chick, and this little chick seemed to be born with a disability. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to ask someone, so he angrily asked, "Have you seen a three-legged chick? The one in my house is one, and it has recognized me as its master." Yes, this newly hatched divine beast that Zhuo had been looking forward to for a long time, seemed to be just a little chick. And it was an extremely rare little chick with 3 legs. 3 delicate claws that were as thick as 3 matchsticks. Its size seemed to be twice as small as an ordinary chick, and it seemed to be stunted. And those 3 legs were all standing firmly on the ground, and there was no distinction between master and servant, nor was there any distinction of superiority or inferiority. Zhuo covered his forehead with his hand. What a hungry old swan. Just now, in order to subdue the divine beast, Zhuo had used the life contract that could only be used once in a lifetime, and he had been wholeheartedly thinking of taking advantage of it. In the end, who would have thought that this little chick would come out? And he couldn't do anything to it. If this little chick was killed by Zhuo or someone else, Zhuo's divine soul would be damaged, and it would be impossible to recover. What should he do now? The little chick chirped happily, then turned its head, stuck up its butt, and began to peck at the eggshell on the ground again. In just a moment, it had eaten all the eggshells on the ground. With a whoosh dot with a flap of its little wings, it stood firmly on Zhuo's palm and rushed towards Zhuo. Gee. Gee. Through the spiritual connection, a tender and pleading voice sounded. Mommy, I'm hungry. Oh my God. Zhuo wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm an unmarried man, but now I'm an unmarried mother. Oh heavens, oh earth, where can I go to reason with this? What's there to eat? Zhuo weakly dragged out the pork knuckle and put it on the ground. Zhuo said angrily, how can a newborn baby eat this? Are you out of your mind? Before he could finish his words, Zhuo widened her eyes. The little guy flew down with a whoosh. Thud thud thud. In just a short while, he had eaten a hole in the big pork shoulder. His entire body had sunk into it, and he was eating very happily. Looks like he's easy to raise. He doesn't have any dietary restrictions. Zhuo's face was bitter. Zhuo said, I feel that this little guy is unusual. He can fly as soon as he's born. That's his special feature. Zhuo sighed. No matter how good he is at flying, he's still a chicken. Sigh. And a disabled chicken. Zhuo said, take good care of him. I feel that this little guy is not simple. Maybe there will be a surprise in the future. Zhuo sighed. Surprise? I didn't expect any surprises. It's true that I'll have a burden from now on. You're a new mother. Hurry up and name your baby. Zhuo was very excited. She even wanted to laugh. She thought of her Xiao Duo, who was well-behaved, cute, smart, and clean. Then she looked at Zhuo, the little chick. She felt inexplicably proud, inexplicably condescending, and lonely at the top. What name should I give him? Zhuo rolled his eyes. Little Nian? Little Nian? Little kitty? Little sticky cat? Zhuo lost her temper. Don't give him such a name. Then what do you think we should call him? Zhuo was really worried. He couldn't help but feel disappointed in his natal contract's spiritual beast. How about Xiao? Zhuo thought for a long time, but this was the only name she could come up with. This pair of siblings seemed to be a pair of bad at naming. Well, this little guy will be called Xiao. Zhuo was dejected. He held the little chick in his hand and said, from now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? Zhao's black eyes looked at Zhuo, a little at a loss. Chirp. Zhuo then commanded through his divine thoughts. From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand? Chirp chirp. The little chick tilted its little head and thought for a while, then nodded. Xiao. Zhuo called. The little chick immediately turned its head and looked in the direction of the voice. Xiao. Zhuo called, but Xiao ignored her and continued to eat. It doesn't recognize me. Zhuo was very dissatisfied. However, Zhuo was happy. This means that Xiao is very intelligent and very loyal. It will only recognize one master in its life, and that is me. Zhuo snorted. However, looking at the smart little chick, Zhuo remembered some ancient records and said hesitantly, Xiao Duo, Zhao's 3 legs, seem a little unusual. Why are they unusual? According to the ancient legends, when the demon court was still in existence, The Demon King's original form was a three-legged golden crow. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked serious and said, "Could it be the bloodline of the legendary three-legged golden crow?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this, and then turned his head to look at Xiao. Xiao was eating meat with its butt sticking out. It had already eaten meat twice its size, and it was still eating. "This foodie is a three-legged golden crow." Zhuo Xiaoduo sounded skeptical, but his tone was getting weaker and weaker. "I got this in the demon race's secret realm, and in such a dangerous environment. 3 legs. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and thought to himself, those demon generals sacrificed their lives to protect their 7th prince. But when I went in, I didn't find anything. I only brought out a few eggs. Now it's hatched, and it's really 3 legs. If the Demon King's original form is a 3-legged golden crow, then does it mean the Demon King's direct descendant is also a 3-legged golden crow? If that's the case, is this guy the 7th prince? Because he was seriously injured, so he used this method similar to a phoenix's nirvana to be reborn? The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. However, he only thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He held Xiao in his hand and looked at it carefully. Xiao rubbed its small sharp beak on Zhuo Xiaoduo's warm and soft hand, and then wobbled and rolled in Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm. It could be seen that Xiao was very happy, and it was very satisfied with Zhuo Xiaoduo's impression of it as its master. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and simply lifted Xiao up, then turned it over, and opened its 3 legs to look at it bit by bit. Xiao struggled, and its black eyes rolled happily. It thought that its master was playing with it, so it automatically rolled over, revealing its soft belly. Its 3 legs were wide open, and it was free to be looked at. As far as the eye could see, there were circles of dark golden lines on Zhao's belly, and on closer inspection, there were similar almost undetectable dark golden lines on its legs. That, Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head. Although there was no evidence to prove it, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already mentally prepared. This was probably really the Demon King's 7th prince. He had actually been brought out by her. It was just that she had done it in a relatively unconventional way. Now the 7th prince obviously had no memory, and was just a simple and happy little chick. If those guys know that I rescued the 7th prince, whom they risked their lives to protect, in this way, and kept him as a pet. Zhuo Xiaoduo shuddered, and his face was a little pale. But how should he deal with this? It had already recognized its master, and it was a natal contract. If it recovered its memory in the future, Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was bitter, and he poked Zhao's soft belly with his finger. What should I do? What should I do? Gee, Xiao cried happily. Its 2 eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo innocently, and its soft body rolled wantonly in Zhuo Xiaoduo's palm, like an earthworm pupa. Forget it, let's wait and see. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Maybe it's not. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. Then do you hope it is? Or do you hope it isn't? Zhuo Xiaoduo was stumped by this question. Do I hope it is, or do I hope it isn't? From the bottom of my heart, of course I hope it is. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. The more extraordinary its foundation is, the more room for growth it will have in the future. At that time, it will be an excellent help to me. What's more, in the future, when the monster clan returns to the continent, maybe it will be useful. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were said after careful consideration. At that time, even if the situation developed to the point of no return, Xiao could be more or less a bargaining chip in his hands. Right? Zhuo Xiaoduo did not tell Zhuo Xiaoyan that Xiao might be the 7th prince of the monster clan. This was really a big matter, and he did not want Zhuo Xiaoyan to worry. As for when it recovers its memory in the future, Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Such an arrogant existence would never allow itself to become someone's pet. Once it regained its memory, it would be a big trouble. But the contract between them was a natal contract, and it could not be easily broken. If it was broken by force, he would suffer a great backlash, and it would be impossible for him to reach the great path. If it really came to that, there were only 2 ways to go. The first was to kill Xiao directly, and the second was to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Xiao would be free. But Zhuo Xiaoduo was not happy to see either of these options, and he was inevitably worried. Well, let's take it one step at a time. You are Xiao, my pet. This is an irrefutable fact. Even if you are the three-legged golden crow, even if you are the seventh prince of the monster clan, even if you really recover your memory, can't you still be my pet? As long as I stand high enough, everything else is not worth mentioning. Chapter 834. Zhuoxiaoduo harumphed, his heart filled with lofty sentiments. So what if he was the crown prince of the demon clan? Even if the demon king came, cough, I'll admit defeat. But now, whether it was giving up on Xiao or killing Xiao, Zhuoxiaoduo would not consider either option. It's okay. Zhuoxiaoduo thought it through and waved his hand. From now on, you are my Xiao. Nothing will change that. Xiao looked at Zhuoxiaoduo in confusion. He did not understand his mother's words. I am your Xiao. That sounded so weird. He let go and Xiao landed on the floor of the Tower of Annihilation. He pounced on the piece of meat and gobbled it up. After eating for a while, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the heart of the scorching sun. He looked at it curiously, then walked over and pecked it with his sharp beak. Instantly, a wave of heat was expelled and Xiao Xiao was shocked. He ran back while squeaking. He pointed at the heart of the fierce sun with one of his featherless wings and complained to Zhuoxiaoduo. I was bullied by that rock. Mommy, help me vent my anger. Zhuoxiaoduo was angry and amused at the same time. Even if you are the seventh crown prince of the demon clan, you have just been born, and you want to provoke the heart of the scorching sun? Are you crazy? But this time, he had to comfort him. After all, he called him mommy, so he was his son. Sigh, he should have called him daddy. Zhuoxiaoduo took out a lot of meat from the space. There were nascent soul beasts, cloud transformation beasts, god reigning level beasts, and the meat of that big scorpion. Xiao Xiao took 2 bites of each. When she took a bite of the demon king's meat, her body suddenly turned fiery red. However, she seemed to be drunk. She swayed on the ground and fell to the ground. A moment later, he crawled to his feet, but he didn't dare to eat the demon king's meat. However, he completely ignored the soul transformation and cloud transformation cultivator's meat and buried his head in the meat of a god reigning stage demonic beast. This demonic beast weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. Even if Zhao's appetite was not bad, he could still eat for a period of time. Furthermore, through the choice of food, it was once again proven that Zhao's roots were truly extraordinary. How could it be a small matter to feed on a spirit-controlled demon beast as soon as he was born? Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian finally relaxed and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation together. In the tower, Xiao looked around blankly. Her mother had really left. Forget it. There was so much delicious food here. Let's eat first. Above the ley lines of the Void Extermination Tower, the Huahuang sword shone brightly as it hovered in the air. It carefully extracted traces of energy and slowly poured it into Zhao's body. What should he do? Now the Huahuang sword was also at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Now that he was in this state, the difficulty of recovering his memories was too high. After so many years, it was already a miracle that the seventh prince's spirituality had not been completely worn out. Although it was like starting over, it was still better than being completely destroyed. Anyway, I'm just a sword and I've changed owners. This is all I can do for you. The Huahuang sword sighed. Seventh prince, oh seventh prince, in the future, it all depends on your own luck. Looking at the seventh prince who was trying his best to eat meat, the Huahuang sword's feelings were really complicated. There was even a kind of speculation that he didn't dare to believe that was gradually forming. If this new owner, in the future, really fulfills the task entrusted by the gourd vine, then in fact if you follow him, compared to returning to the Demon League, to be the crown prince, your future may be brighter and more brilliant. Although this was just a thought, the Huahuang sword was still thinking about it. But ever since he came to the Tower of Emptiness, especially after seeing the scene inside the Tower of Emptiness and the Dragon of Destiny, that it was impossible that he didn't have other thoughts. After all, with Zhuoxiaoduo's age, to be able to obtain such a fortune, his luck was so strong that it was shocking and unimaginable. Even though the Huahuang sword had lived for a long time, This was the first time in his life that he had seen it. But even so, all of these were still wishful thinking that could not become reality. Even though this kid's luck was so strong that it was unprecedented, no one dared to say what the future would be like now. After all, in today's world, no one knew better than the Wahuang sword what Zhuo Xiaoduo would face in the future. It was an existence that made people despair just thinking about it. My life is still bitter. Even if there is a little sweetness in the bitterness, 99% of it is still bitter, the Wahuang sword thought. Yes, in the eyes of the Wahuang sword, everything that Zhuo Xiaoduo had now was just a little sweetness. Although it was better than nothing, it was still not worth mentioning in the future. Nian Nian Cat, how do you feel after drinking the 9 heavens spiritual spring this time? The Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. I feel that I can suppress it a few more times. It will be of great benefit to my future, Zhuo Xiaonian pondered and said. And it wasn't until now that I've truly comprehended the spirit reigning art. In other words, the spirit reigning art is completely different from what I originally thought. What do you mean? Reigning spirit, what is spirit? It is neither divine sense nor divine thought, but the spirit. The Zhuo Xiaonian said, the reigning spirit is. When a cultivator finally touches the level of the spirit, he can really control his spirit to interfere with the enemy and launch a different form of attack. In other words, it is a battle on another level. But the reigning spirit is just a simple realization of this point. It is still a simple activation. As for the deeper level, it is still far from being involved. The Zhuo Xiaonian frowned and said, in fact, the level of the reigning spirit is a bit exaggerated. At least from my understanding, it is more appropriate to call it the spirit-knowing spirit. The Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered and imagined and said, I see. Nian Mao, you have a lot of adventures in this trial. You still have a lot of foundation. Why don't you seize the time to complete the compression, and then try to break through the reigning spirit? The Zhuo Xiaoduo said, since you have applied for a month's leave, you can stay in the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. You can go back when you break through the reigning spirit state. During this trial, I accidentally obtained a lot of high-quality jade of astral souls. I don't have to worry about lacking cultivation resources. Okay. The Zhuo Xiaonian nodded. As the war broke out, the position of the 9 Heavens Pavilion would become more and more important. For example, the people like the Zhuo Xiaonian would become the kind of people who could patrol the whole continent when they broke through the returning mystic state, that the continent's upper echelons were relatively weak. It was an excellent time for management, but at the same time, it was also a good time for the enemy to infiltrate and destroy. I wonder when our batch of students will be allowed to go to the battlefield. The Zhuo Xiaoduo was somewhat fascinated. All the martial artists in the continent have been called up, but the high martial arts colleges have not received the call yet. The Zhuo Xiaonian said calmly, I think the strength of the talents that the high martial arts colleges are training now is insignificant compared to the strength of the battlefield. However, countless middle and low-level officers are taken up by the students of high martial arts colleges who have grown up. Be it in terms of battle command, overall vision, worldview, etc., the students who have studied in high martial arts colleges are always stronger than the military personnel who were born and raised in society. This is the key reason why the continent values high martial arts students. Now the upper echelons don't use high martial arts colleges, but once they do, it will be like a thunderbolt. The Zhuo Xiaonian said, you also have to be prepared to turn your foundation into strength as soon as possible. For a long time to come, you will have to replace ordinary cultivation with actual combat. I understand. The mention of the front line made the Zhuo Xiaoduo even more worried. The news of the group of people who had gone to change the defense had come back last night. After Xiang Kuangren and the other sent these students, they stayed there for a few days, and then came back with a few teachers. However, before they could return to Hidden Dragon High School, they received bad news. Of the 2,970 people who had gone to the battlefield, 1,700 died on the spot when the battle broke out that night. After going through a few more battles, there were less than 1,000 students who were still alive to be on guard duty. The tragic situation of the war was indescribable. Now the whole Fenghai city was almost filled with cries. The local government organized personnel to go to the front line to bring the martyrs' relics home. Under normal circumstances, these things were done by the military. However, now that the military had sent all its personnel, there was no more manpower available. Xiang Kuangren, who was still on the roundabout road, received a notice, "Wait there." After gathering the personnel, immediately turned back to bring the martyrs home. It was said that Xiang Kuangren was stunned on the spot. 2,970 people. It had only been a few days, and they had to go back to bring back 2,000 martyrs? Just a few days ago I brought them here. Along this road, there was laughter all the way, and they were in high spirits. Each and every one of their youthful faces was filled with longing, hope and smiles. Now those young faces had lost 2,000 in just a few days. That when Zhuo Xiaoyan was practicing, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally noticed Xiao Duo's existence. This is the ice spirit? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the ice spirit curiously. Ahem, yes. It's a good thing that it recognized a master. Why didn't you tell me? It looks exactly like you. TSK. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at it with a face full of surprise. I forgot to tell you. Zhuo Xiaoyan was a little guilty. Did you give it a name? Ahem, I did. What name? That. Zhuo Xiaoyan rolled her eyes a few times and finally said, Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo. Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped 3 feet high. This name is not good. Absolutely not. Xiao Duo was not satisfied. She pouted and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, wanting to blow a cold wind at him. How dare you say that my name is not good? It's a name that has already recognized a master. Zhuo Xiaoyan said weakly. I think it's quite smooth. I wanted to name it Xiao Doggy, but she didn't want to. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. You even want to name your ice spirit after me? Xiao Duo. You might as well name it Xiao Doggy. Chapter 835. Seriously? Zhuo Xiaoduo tugged at his hair and said, Nian Nian Cat, can you change her name? No. Zhuo Xiaoyan was adamant. Why don't you change her appearance? Zhuo Xiaoduo finally seized the opportunity and said angrily, Can she not look like you? Can't she look like me? I think she looks good. Zhuo Xiaoyan was genuinely confused. This kind of innate spiritual creature can grow up. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said, She looks exactly like you. Are you trying to find me a concubine? Anyway, I will never agree to her marrying someone else in the future. Puffed. Zhuo Xiaoyan spat out a mouthful of saliva. How could that be? Is he jealous? How could the ice spirit get married? She is the essence of nature. If she was not a living person, who would she marry? Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised. I don't care if it's possible or not. Anyway, I have to make this clear to you. If she grows up, she can only be my concubine. There's no other possibility. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very determined on this point. She can't be given to anyone else except me. I won't agree to it. A sly look flashed in his eyes. It was impossible for the ice spirit to grow up. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew this very well. He and Li Chenglong had looked up a lot of information on this point. They had also read countless ancient legends. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan was not as bored as the two of them. When two single men were together, all kinds of strange thoughts would pop up. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were investigating, only God knew what kind of thoughts they had. Anyway, Li Chenglong's expression was very undulating, and his eyes were very persistent. Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression was also very lascivious. There was also some longing in his eyes, but in the end, the two of them extinguished all of their fantasies. The ice spirit can't grow up. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also surprised by Zhuo Xiaoduo's strange question. It's just an innate spiritual creature. How can it? There are many innate spiritual creatures that become spirits in ancient legends. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very insistent. In many novels, there are innate spiritual creatures that get married, and even have offspring. It's not uncommon. Why don't you change her appearance? Otherwise, she'll definitely be your concubine. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt that her brain had been turned upside down. She could not think straight. She said, Zhaozi's nature is just a piece of ice. She can't get married. She's a success. She's right, the spirit. Right, the spirit. Yes, 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 the spirit. Why? I'll feel like I've been cuckolded. Zhuo Xiaonian was helpless. She went to discuss with Xiao. Xiao firmly refused to change her appearance. Zhuo Xiaonian fixed her appearance at her age. It was the most perfect appearance in the world. She would never change it. How could she settle for the next best thing? Impossible. I can't change my appearance. Besides, I don't even have a gender. How can I get married? The ice spirit was speechless at someone's jealousy. Why does this human seem to be crazy? I'm just a piece of ice. You're a pervert to be jealous of me. Of course, with the purity of the ice spirit, she would never know what Zhuo Xiaoduo was really thinking. What if you become bigger? Zhuo Xiaoduo refused to budge. There's no what if. Even if you say so, I'm still a little worried. Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared to be a little brooding. Xiao Xiaoduo was fuming. Her finger-sized body grew bigger, because of Zhuo Xiaoduo's anger. Zhuo Xiaonian asked Xiao to take back the spiritual sword and rest. She said, I'll work slowly in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Really? You're jealous for no reason at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, this is a matter of principle for me. I can't ignore it. Zhuo Xiaonian was even more speechless. However, Zhuo Xiaonian knew what Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking. She couldn't help but think about it too. It was better to be safe than sorry, Zhuo Xiaonian thought. Xiao Duo doesn't mind having the ice spirit as his concubine. What he cares about is whether the ice spirit will grow up and get married. Although this possibility is very small, so small that it might even be groundless and wishful thinking, little Duo still has to be on guard. Zhuo Xiaonian was also worried. However, this had a different meaning for Zhuo Xiaonian. After considering this problem from a personal standpoint, Zhuo Xiaonian found that she could neither accept Xiao growing up and getting married, nor accept Xiao becoming Zhuo Xiaoduo's concubine. As this matter was put aside for the time being, Zhuo Xiaoduo brought it up with a sad face. Zhuo Xiaonian made Xiao look like herself. This matter caused a lot of pain to her. She was heartbroken. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaonian had to make it up to her. And she had to make it up to her seriously. How? Zhuo Xiaonian thought about it. Following Zhuo Xiaoduo's train of thought, she actually felt that she was in the wrong. She wanted to accept this plan. Sleep with me at night. Zhuo Xiaoduo put forward his request in a righteous manner. And you have to dance for me. I need to wear cat ears and a cat tail to soothe my broken heart. Zhuo Xiaoduo finally revealed his true motive. His wild ambition was as clear as day. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhuo Xiaonian refused vehemently. We slept together a lot when we were young. It's not like we haven't slept together before. That was when we were young. Do you think you're still a child? I don't care. You have to accept it. This is your punishment, and then it's my compensation. If you don't do it, it means that you haven't realized your mistake. Therefore, the two of them began to bargain fiercely, and finally reached an agreement. Zhuo Xiaonian would dance for Zhuo Xiaoduo, and this matter was over. Sleeping together or whatever was removed. Furthermore, the two of them had a new round of argument about whether or not to bring the cat's ears and tail during the dance. In the end, Zhuo Xiaonian won with difficulty. You can do without the cat's ears and tail. Zhuo Xiaonian thought that she was in a desperate situation. Unexpectedly, she was able to turn the situation around and win 2 rounds in a row. Didn't that mean that she had the upper hand? She was relieved that she finally convinced him. You're lucky. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be very magnanimous. Finally, the problem was solved. Zhuo Xiaonian was also relieved and relaxed. However, after a while, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was too easy to solve this problem with a dance. Suddenly, her head was in a knot, and a question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. How did it inexplicably involve a dance? Why did I agree to a dance? Zhuo Xiaonian was a little confused. How did they talk about this? It was obvious that she was defeated. Why did she feel that she had the upper hand? In the end, even the condition of dancing without sleeping with him was proposed by her. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo disagreed in every possible way. She even begged him to agree that Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't help but scratch her head in confusion. Something was wrong. Zhua Xiaoduo had already returned to his room and started to search for videos. Zhua Xiaoyan bit her plump lips and stood in the living room. She felt that there was something wrong with this matter, that I must have been tricked. But when did I get tricked? How did it become that I had to compensate him? This matter was so complicated. How did it develop? Zhua Xiaoyan was completely confused. If Zhua Xiaoyan's mother, Wu Yuding, was beside her, she would definitely be distressed and hateful. My dear girl, you have no hope in this life. Little doggy has a profound plan. Do you think he doesn't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up and marry? He's just using this as a pretext to make a fuss and stir up trouble. You were tricked from the beginning. You felt that what he said made sense. You felt that you owed him. How could it be good? You should think about it the other way around. That guy said he was going to marry a concubine. What did that do to you? Why didn't you get jealous? Why didn't you use this as a pretext to make a fuss? You missed such a good opportunity. You're hopeless. You'll be eaten by that guy for the rest of your life. I can't watch this anymore. In the room, Zhua Xiaoduo was rolling on the bed happily. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Finally, this day has come. Ha ha ha, Nyan Kitty. Do you think you can escape from me? Do you think I don't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? But today, you have to dance this dance no matter what. Zhua Xiaoduo put her phone on silent mode. She concentrated on searching for all kinds of dances. Which one should she let Nyan Kitty dance? This matter had to be done step by step. It had to be done safely. She couldn't do something too flirtatious. If she was scared, not only would she not dance, but she would also beat her up. It would be fine if that was all. More likely, this benefit would be gone forever. Therefore, she had to choose something more conservative. She had to throw a tantrum and feel that it wasn't that shameful. Although she was embarrassed, she could still accept it. That would work. That way, she could show how considerate she was. Then, she could say arrogantly, "Actually, I don't want you to dance. Look, I chose something easy, didn't I? Actually, I was just joking with you." Then, everything had to be done step by step. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. It had to be said that Zhua Xiaoduo had used 1,000% of her intelligence to deal with Zhua Xiaoyan. She could be said to be very intelligent. She took into account Zhua Xiaoyan's personality and her family's position in the family. She planned everything carefully and steadily, nibbling away at every inch. If he put this skill into military research, it would only take a few minutes for him to replace Li Chenglong as the military advisor of the generation. I remember a friend said that if I put all my effort into pursuing my girlfriend into studying, I would have gone to Tsinghua University a long time ago. Ahem. The same logic. Chapter 836. The doorbell rang. Zhua Xiaoduo quickly put away his phone and sat on the bed deep in thought. Zhua Xiaoyan was depressed and resentful. She walked in with a sullen face and pouted. "Damn it, do you have to dance?" Zhua Xiaoduo sighed and said, "I don't have to ask you to dance, but you really made me sad today. I feel like I've been taken advantage of. My name has become your pet. It's okay if you don't want to dance. You can sleep with me and do nothing." Zhua Xiaoduo kept a straight face. "Anyway, I can't do anything if you don't admit it." Zhua Xiaoyan snorted and began to feel uneasy. It seemed that Xiao Duo was really angry this time. It couldn't be, right? "Then I won't dance. I'll go out?" Zhua Xiaoyan asked tentatively. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted and turned around, his butt facing Zhua Xiaoyan. He ignored her and said sullenly, "Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Zhua Xiaoyan was in a dilemma again. She pouted and rubbed her toes on the floor. It seemed that he was really angry. Zhua Xiaoduo took his phone and played with it with his back facing Zhua Xiaoyan. The atmosphere in the room was very gloomy. Zhua Xiaoyan stole a few glances at Zhua Xiaoduo. Seeing that he had turned around and was ignoring her, she had to say sadly, Okay, I'll dance for you." Zhua Xiaoduo turned around like a whirlwind. Really, at this time, he had to give her a way out. If he didn't give her a way out, everything would be over. If he had the mindset of a straight man and said, "I don't want you to dance. Do you want to dance or not?" then he would be done for. He had to suddenly appear pleasantly surprised, as if he was saying, I really like your dance, and I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Just now, I was angry because of this, but now it's all good. It would give the woman a sense of accomplishment. Just a dance and I'll be coaxed. It's a matter of one sentence. As a result, there were endless possibilities and countless benefits to be gained. Sure enough, Zhuo Xiaoyan felt relieved. She had finally coaxed him. She pouted and said, Actually, you just wanted to see me dance. That's because you dance well. Humph. Is it really beautiful? What dance? Let me say this first. I'm not going to dance that kind of too. I've already made my choice. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his phone and flipped through it at lightning speed. He said, Look at this. Standing on the grassland and looking at Beijing. This dance is very ethnic. Look. As he spoke, he opened the video. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and looked over. She saw that there weren't many seductive movements. The whole time they were talking happily. How is it? It's really not difficult. Zhuo Xiaoyan watched it once and felt that she could already dance. Then should I play the music? Do you want to practice it a few times first? Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Okay. No. We agreed to just dance once. Zhuo Xiaoyan almost fell for it. I'm not worried that you're not familiar with it. If I'm not familiar with it, I won't show it to others. Anyway, it's just one dance. It's up to me how I dance. It's fine as long as I feel the same way. Zhuo Xiaoyan watched the video 3 times, and then simulated the movements in her mind. She opened her eyes and said, It's done. Hee. Good. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost laughed lewdly. Zhuo Xiaoduo cleaned up a space in the bedroom. Then, he quickly turned on the stereo, and turned on the computer to find the music. 1, 2, 3. Go. Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed and started to dance. He had to admit that Zhuo Xiaoyan had a graceful body. Her body proportions were so perfect that no one could find fault with it. When she danced, it was indeed beautiful. Although she was still a little shy, in Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes, it was already impeccable. He was immediately intoxicated. Especially when her cloud-like long hair suddenly floated up. It was simply too beautiful for the eyes to take in. When the song ended, Zhuo Xiaoduo's soul was still floating. Zhuo Xiaoyan went over to turn off the music. Her face was red. She said shyly and angrily, Are you satisfied? Zhuo Xiaoduo was touched. He said, Nian Mao, you're so nice. You knew that I was pretending to be angry, but you still came to coax me. The next time I see Mom and Dad, I'll kowtow to them and thank them for finding me such a good wife. He was extremely proud. Finally, he took another step forward. Nian Mao, one day, I'll be able to coax you into doing 360 positions. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still a little upset. No matter what, she felt that she was forced to do it. Now that she heard this, all her emotions disappeared. She snorted and said, It's good that you know. If I didn't want to dance, I wouldn't dance for you even if you cried to death. That's why you're still the best. You're the best to me. Remember to continue to be good to me and only me. Zhuo Xiaoduo was touched. He held Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand gently and held her waist. He was satisfied and said from the bottom of his heart, My wife is still the best. My dearest wife is the best. Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly filled with tenderness. She asked softly, Did I dance well? Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo praised without stopping. It was so beautiful. I was mesmerized just now. Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. I'm going to delete all the videos of these dances. After watching your dance, and then watching their dance, it's so disgusting. I can't bear to watch. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and praised from the bottom of his heart. You dance so well. So good. So good. After being praised continuously, Zhuo Xiaoyan's embarrassment gradually disappeared. She smiled like a flower. Seeing that Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy, Zhuo Xiaoyan was also happy. She whispered, In the future, I'll dance for you when I have time. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded quickly. Then he was overjoyed and asked in shock, Really? Zhuo Xiaoyan's regret suddenly disappeared. She rolled her eyes and said, Silly, of course it's true. Nian cat, you're so nice. You're so nice. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaonian and rested his head on her shoulder. He said with great emotion. This time, unexpectedly, she didn't act unruly. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that Zhuo Xiaonian was in a state of tenderness and happiness. If he was rude at this time, he was afraid that he would interrupt her self-hypnosis. Therefore, he just hugged her obediently. Zhuo Xiaonian was indeed in a state of tenderness and happiness. Leaning in Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms, she felt that her life was complete and full of tenderness and sweetness. After a while, she couldn't help but turn her face and kiss Zhuo Xiaoduo on the lips. She said, Duo actually. I'm willing to dance for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't take the initiative. He just pouted and begged, kiss me again. Zhuo Xiaonian snorted. After hesitating for a while, she finally came up to him again. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo gently hugged the back of her head and kissed her. A few minutes later, Zhuo Xiaonian was panting. Her starry eyes were intoxicated. She said, let's start practicing. It's important to improve our cultivation. Okay. Ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo succeeded in his request for a dance, he had shown a gentlemanly and considerate demeanor, which made Zhuo Xiaonian's heart feel very warm. She even took the initiative to kiss Zhuo Xiaoduo once after entering the Tower of Emptiness. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It worked. I'm really a genius at picking up girls. Nian Nian Cat is so easy. Ha ha ha. One night in the outside world was equivalent to 30 days in the Tower of Emptiness. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaonian suppressed her cultivation twice in one night. This time, she used the best quality jade of astral souls. Zhuo Xiaoduo was worried that there were too many impurities in the top quality jade of astral souls. Moreover, it was the first time for the god reigning grade to cultivate the divine spirit. Therefore, he used the best quality jade of astral souls to assist her cultivation. This was to ensure that Zhuo Xiaonian's foundation wouldn't be unstable after she broke through. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't want to be so extravagant. After all, the best quality jade of astral souls was priceless. Its relatively rare nature was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, when she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo piling up a small mountain of best quality jade of astral souls, she finally changed her mind. Then I'll use the best quality jade of astral souls to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Don't you feel pressured now? Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes as well. Why would I feel pressured when I use my husband's things? Isn't what's yours also mine? Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He felt his body go limp. Well said. What's mine is yours. What's your husband's is definitely yours. Call me husband again. Zhuo Xiaonian felt that something was wrong the moment she opened her mouth. She was already blushing. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had taken advantage of her, so he didn't force her. Thus, Zhuo Xiaonian began to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo could usually enter a meditative state within a minute. However, after being called husband, he was still smiling like a fool for half an hour. Hee hee. After a long while, someone finally woke up and hurried to cultivate. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. Everything is for the wedding night. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the sake of being a real man. All the best. Here you go. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo directly brought the heart of the fierce sun over. He had the heart of the fierce sun in one hand, and the supreme grade astral soul's jade in the other. He even sat on a huge piece of supreme grade astral soul's jade, and held the dragon blood flying dagger close to his chest. As he circulated his energy, countless streams of pure spiritual qi rushed towards his dantian. In just one night, the number of times he suppressed it had increased from 19 to 23 times. The effect was remarkable. Zhuo Xiaoduo even felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement in this round. However, the process of suppression was becoming more and more painful. Zhuo Chonglu's words rang in Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart again and again. Cultivation is never a happy thing. Cultivation is, in fact, climbing from a mountain of blades to an even higher mountain of blades. Only when you reach the peak of each mountain will you have a moment of comfort. But then, you have to climb even higher mountains of blades, suffer even more pain, and suffer even more torment. This is cultivation. This is the path of cultivation. It's difficult and rugged. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.